Chapter 448. Zhejiang County. Zhejiang County bordered the Yao Kingdom, but it was not like the northern county, where the ancestral court of Fu Lu School, one of the 6 Taoist sects, was in charge. Demons ran rampant in the county, and there were often incidents of demons harassing people. The local government was very worried about such cases, but they were not worried about a large-scale invasion by the Yao Kingdom. The imperial court had stationed a large number of troops around Zhejiang County. Demons that were slightly more powerful could not enter this place at all. Demons of the 6th realm and above were all blocked outside the border. However, this place was close to the Yao Kingdom after all. There were no big demons, but there were many small demons. In Zhejiang County, the snake demon incident had spread in the past 2 days. The cause of the incident was a woodcutter in the mountains. When he was gathering firewood, he accidentally fell off a cliff and almost lost his life. Just when he was exhausted and couldn't hold on to the rock anymore, someone suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder and flew him up the cliff. The person who saved him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. She was a snake demon. The woodcutter immediately went down the mountain in shock and reported this to the government. The government sent cultivators to investigate, but they did not find anything. In Zhejiang County, in a mountain where the snake demon incident spread, 2 figures flew over and landed on the cliff. It should be here. I wonder if the snake girl is still here. Let's not let others get ahead of us. Let's use the snake-seeking talisman to check. The 2 men exchanged a few words. One of them took out a prepared fulu and threw it into the air. The fulu stabilized and quickly flew in a direction. There's a reaction. The snake demon is still here. It's very likely that she's nearby. Chase after her. The 2 men happily chased after the fulu. Not long after, a strong wave of mana came from a forest in the mountains. Not long after, 2 men happily walked out of the forest. One of them carried a cloth bag on his shoulder and said with a smile, "This snake girl is indeed beautiful. She can definitely be sold for a good price. I want to use her to exchange for some spiritual jades and use them to break through to the 4th realm." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook. He lowered his head to look at the blood-red sword that had pierced through his chest. His face was blank. His companion behind him smiled and said, "Sorry, I also want to break through to the 4th realm. However, the spiritual jades exchanged for this snake demon can only satisfy one person." Sorry. The man's body was pierced through. His nascent spirit struggled to escape, but he had lost his body and was only left with his nascent spirit. How could he be a match for a cultivator of the same level who still had his body and nascent spirit? He was quickly caught, and his nascent spirit was destroyed. After the other man destroyed the corpse, he picked up the sack and quickly disappeared. Zhejiang County, Wu family courtyard. The Wu family was a powerful family in Zhejiang County. The head of the family, Wu Liang, was a cultivator and had many friends. Cultivators often went in and out of the Wu family. The head of the family, Wu Liang, was also a hanger-on of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. He had a great influence in Zhejiang County. Even the Zhejiang County government had to give some face to the Wu family. The Wu family courtyard was not in Zhejiang County. Instead, it was 10 miles west of the city. It was an independent manor that occupied an extremely large area. A carriage slowly stopped at the back door of the Wu family. 2 people alighted from the carriage, carrying a gray sack, and entered the Wu family. One of them made a hand seal and muttered something. A hole suddenly opened in the ground. The 2 of them jumped in, and the hole quickly closed. There was another world under the Wu residence. The buildings on the surface of the manor were already very luxurious. Underground, it was even more luxurious. It was not an exaggeration to call it an underground palace. Buildings stood side by side. Occasionally, people would enter and exit. Most of them were warm and fragrant women. The 2 men carried the sack and walked to the innermost part of the manor. They followed the stairs and went down another floor. On the 2nd floor of the basement, there were many small cubicles. It was like a prison cell. In the cubicles, there were men and women, humans and demons. All of them were handsome. However, the figures in the cubicles regardless of whether they were men or women, had the same numb expression. They were like walking corpses. The entire basement of the basement was abnormally quiet. It was even a little dead. One of them opened the sack and revealed a beautiful woman. "Go in." He pushed the woman into a cubicle and closed the door. He turned and left. Gradually, whispers could be heard from the compartments on the second basement floor. Another one. "It seems to be a demon. She's so beautiful." So what if she's beautiful? In a few days, she'll end up like us. After the woman was locked in, she leaned against the wall and sat down. She did not say a word. The people around her only paid attention to her for a while. Soon, they fell into silence again. From time to time, people would come in and take people away from the cubicles. Not long after, they would be sent back. After some time, someone finally walked to the woman's cubicle and said, "You come out with me." Wu residence. Inner courtyard. A middle-aged man walked into the inner courtyard. The old man beside him said in a flattering tone, "Master, a snake demon has just arrived at the residence. It looks so beautiful, and it is very likely that it is still a fledgling. It has already been sent to your room." A hint of excitement appeared in Wu Yang's eyes. He said, "A snake demon is good. Snake demons are the best at pestering people. With some training, she'll be another pillar here." He walked to the door and excitedly rubbed his hands. He said, "If you hear any sounds coming from the room, don't come in." The butler quickly said, "Master, don't worry. We definitely won't disturb your mood." Even if the family head did not say so, they would not dare to enter. If they disturb his mood at this time, they would be seriously injured or even lose their lives. This was the experience of countless people who used their lives. Wu Yang pushed the door and entered. He quickly closed the door. He looked at the woman sitting at the head of the bed. His eyes suddenly lit up. Even though he had seen countless demons, he had never seen one of such quality. He could not help but pounce to the side of the bed. Outside the courtyard, a few servants of the Wu residence who were waiting here heard the family head's painful cries. They could not help but be puzzled. What was the family head doing inside? Why was he crying out like that? One of them hesitated and said, "Will the family head be okay?" The old butler waved his hand and said, calm down. This is not the first time. You'll get used to it inside the room." Li Mu pressed a hand on the middle-aged man's forehead and forcibly finished searching his soul. His face slowly turned gloomy. When he was in the dungeon, he already knew that this person, who was ranked last in the top 10 heretical cultivation by Meizong sect, was a follower of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince on the surface. However, what he did behind the scenes was dirty and disgusting. They did not only kidnap demons, but also humans. After those female demons, female cultivators, and even male demons were kidnapped, the beautiful demons would be used as cultivation furnaces. The ugly ones would be killed directly for their cores or souls. Although there were fewer human cultivators, they still existed. Of course, it was much faster and more comfortable to harvest other people's energies than to cultivate by oneself. Therefore, it attracted a large number of cultivators. They paid spiritual jades or became the follower of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. They became regular customers here, and this kind of business gave birth to another black industry. If there were people who needed demons to harvest, there would be people who caught demons for them to harvest. Therefore, a large number of cultivators began to capture demons and sell them to these people. This had become a huge black industry in the Zhejiang Commandery. The Zhejiang Commandery Prince stood at the source of this industry. Li Mu did not know why the Zhejiang Commandery Prince attracted these cultivators through this, but it was definitely not a good thing for the imperial court. He withdrew his hand and did not kill Wu Yang directly. This person had left a life talisman with the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. Once his soul disappeared and the life talisman shattered, the Zhejiang Commandery Prince would be able to sense it immediately. This would not be good for Li Mu's next move. He sealed Wu Yang's primordial spirit and temporarily kept it in the flask heaven space. Not long after, the door opened and a figure walked out from inside. Outside the courtyard, the old man hurried in and asked, "Master, should we bring her out?" Wu Yang said lightly, "No need. The snake demon is indeed delicious. I want to taste it again tonight. Let her rest first and recover her energy. No one is to disturb her. Otherwise, I'll break his neck." The old man hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll immediately instruct them." Wu Liang walked out of the courtyard and said, "Prepare the carriage. I'm going out to Mu's residence." Lord Mu was his master's best friend. Both of them were also the Zhejiang Commandery Prince's retainers. The old man said, "I'll prepare the carriage now." 15 minutes later, at the Mu residence, a man looked at Wu Liang and smiled. "I heard that you have a new snake demon. Let me taste it first. I haven't tasted a snake demon yet." Wu Liang looked around and lowered his voice. "I have an important matter to discuss with you. Let's talk about it behind closed doors." Muda saw his serious expression and also became serious. He closed the door and cast a soundproof spell. Then he asked, "What is it?" Wu Yang smiled and said mysteriously, "Come closer." 15 minutes later, the door opened. Two figures walked out side by side and left the Mu residence. The servants of the Mu clan were not surprised by this. The relationship between the two masters was quite good. Their master had left with Lord Wu to taste the wonderful taste of a snake demon. They had heard that snake demons were the best at pestering people, but they did not know if that was true. In the carriage, Muda had just entered the carriage when he collapsed. Li Mu continued to search his memories. He whispered, "Who's next?" Chapter 449. Zhejiang Commandery Prince's Mansion. Everyone knew that the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang liked to make friends. Most of the reputable cultivators in Zhejiang Commandery were friends with the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang. Many cultivators even became his followers and received many benefits from the Commandery Prince's mansion every month. At the beginning of every month, on the 15th, the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang would invite his friends to a banquet. All the cultivators in Zhejiang Commandery were honored to be invited. Today was the 15th, the day of the banquet. The Commandery Prince of Zhejiang was entertaining a few new friends when he saw a few empty seats at the banquet. He asked his followers, "Who didn't come today?" A man beside him said, "Lord Wu, Lord Mu, and Lord Mei are cultivating in seclusion in Lord Wu's residence to comprehend a divine ability. They sent someone to apply for leave." After the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang asked for the reason, he didn't take it to heart. Even cultivators couldn't get rid of the desire for good food. The banquet was very sumptuous. The guests drank and chatted. In my opinion, the Commandery Prince should just become the Prince of Zhejiang. The world belongs to the Xiao family. Why should he be the servant of a Zhou family? What kind of world is this? A woman can be the emperor. I've never heard of it. Sooner or later, the great Zhou will be restored to the Xiao family. I think the Commandery Prince is most qualified to be the new emperor. In a corner of the Commandery Prince's mansion, a figure was drinking by himself and listening to the discussions. After the banquet, he left with the crowd. Li Mu had already captured 4 of the top 10 heretical cultivation masters and disguised himself as one to attend the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang's banquet. When he left the Commandery Prince's mansion, he was relieved. The people gathered in the Commandery Prince's mansion were just a bunch of mobs. Most of them were at the concentration theurgy. Only a few of them were at the 5th realm. Even if they gathered together, they wouldn't be able to do much. However, the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang had invested a lot in gathering these people. If it weren't for the huge income from his underground business, he wouldn't have been able to afford so many followers and friends. Li Mu originally intended to continue moving, but his eyebrows suddenly raised, and his figure hid in a dark alley. With a flip of his hand, a small and exquisite compass the size of a palm appeared in his hand. This compass was one of the treasures Illusion Princess had given him. She didn't say what it was used for, but at this moment, the compass needle suddenly moved and pointed in a certain direction. Li Mu followed the compass and arrived at an inn. He walked up to the 2nd floor of the inn and stood in front of a door. The door opened, and Hu Jiu appeared in front of Li Mu. Li Mu walked into the room, and his expression changed. He looked at Hu Jiu and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Hu Jiu winked at Li Mu and stepped back slowly, revealing a figure behind her. She said, "It's not just me." Li Mu quickly walked forward and lowered his head. "Lord Fantasy Princess." Illusion Princess was expressionless and asked calmly, "Did I tell you not to act on your own?" Limu said innocently, "Lord Fantasy Princess, didn't you ask me to kill the 10 heretical cultivation masters?" Illusion Princess opened her eyes wide. "When did I ask you to kill the 10 heretical cultivation masters?" Limu, "You said that as long as I killed the 10 heretical cultivation masters, I would be able to comprehend the heavenly book." Illusion Princess was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. "Did I mean that?" Limu was confused. "Is it not?" Illusion Princess's chest heaved up and down even more. Hu Jio quickly floated over and explained, "Lord Fantasy Princess, calm down, calm down. Little Snake's brain is stubborn. It's not the first time you know." Illusion Princess's chest finally calmed down, and she said coldly, "Come back with me." "Limu, I can't go back yet." He waved his hand, and 4 straight bodies were placed neatly on the ground. Hu Jio glanced around and exclaimed, "Wu Liang Muda may run. 4 of the 10 people are here. How many days has it been?" He looked at Li Mu in disbelief. The place where they live is heavily guarded, and there are layers of checks. It's also covered by a formation. "How did you break in?" Li Mu explained, "I didn't break in. They brought me in themselves." He explained the ins and outs of the matter. From the beginning to the end, he had only relied on the art of transformation, relying on the element of surprise to catch the enemy off guard. Then he said, "These people's cultivation is not high, so it's easy to sneak up on them. The others are all at the 5th realm, so I'm not completely confident." Hu Jio looked at Li Mu in a daze. He was good at hiding and could transform. He was simply a natural killer. If he was well prepared, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill people at a higher realm. Huan Ji pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry about the others. You've already captured 4 people. If you make a move now, you'll be discovered easily. Let's save the people in the underground palace first." Li Mu looked hesitant and said, "But then I won't be able to collect the heads of the 10 villains." Huan Ji hit his head angrily and said, "When we go back, I'll let you comprehend the tomes of arcane. You idiot, if you act on your own again, I'll expel you from Meizong sect." Li Mu rubbed his head and said solemnly, "Yes." For Huan Ji, saving the people who were suffering was obviously more important than killing the enemies. But with their abilities, they couldn't save so many people at the same time. They needed to go back to Thousand Fox City to gather more strong people for Meizong sect. On the way, Huan Ji gritted her teeth and said, "Damn Li Mu. If he hadn't taken the Demon King's cave, we could have saved everyone this time." Li Mu looked innocent. Huan Ji seemed to realize something and explained, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other Li Mu." Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, that's good." Li Mu had given enough reasons for the people who disappeared from Zhejiang Commandery Prince's retainers. They were either in seclusion or out. As long as their primordial spirits weren't destroyed, no one would suspect that something had happened to them in a short period of time. But Li Mu could only delay for half a month at most. When the next banquet was held by Zhejiang Commandery Prince, if they didn't show up, people would be suspicious. Huan Ji needed to spend some time to gather the strong people from Meizong sect. Li Mu stood in the courtyard and was hesitating whether he should remind her about the tomes of arcane when he heard Huan Ji's call. Li Mu jumped over the wall and came to Huan Ji's room. He knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing Huan Ji's voice, Li Mu pushed the door open and entered. Huan Ji threw out an item and said, "Take it." Li Mu took it and realized that it was a spiritual jade, but it was different from normal spiritual jades. In the center of this spiritual jade, there seemed to be a drop of blood sealed. Li Mu could feel Huan Ji's chi from it. Huan Ji said lightly, "Take this item with you. Don't put it in the flask space." Li Mu put it in his sleeve and said, "Yes." He roughly understood what it was. Huan Ji had sealed a drop of her essence blood in this spiritual jade. This way, within a certain range, she could sense Li Mu's presence. On the other hand, if Li Mu left this range, she would be able to sense him immediately. It was obvious that this was to prevent him from acting on his own like the previous 2 times. After doing all this, Huan Ji stretched out her hand. A page that Li Mu had been drooling over appeared in her palm. Huan Ji looked at him and said, "This is the page of the heavenly book. Father is in seclusion. Without Father's permission, I can't let you study it. But you have contributed a lot to Meizong's sect. I can make an exception this time. You only have one night. Make good use of it." Li Mu held the heavenly book with both hands and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Huan Ji." Huan Ji said lightly, "No need to thank me. You used your own merits to exchange for this. You can study it here. Tonight, you can't leave this place." "Yes." Li Mu nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He suppressed the joy in his heart. Just as he was about to study it, he suddenly realized something. He looked up at Huan Ji and asked, "Lord Huan Ji, how do I study the heavenly book?" In a moment of excitement, he almost forgot that he was playing the role of a country bumpkin snake who had never seen the world. He had never even seen the heavenly book before. How could he know how to study it? Huan Ji walked to the table and sat down. Use your spiritual sense to feel it or use your finger to touch it. Li Mu took a deep breath and touched the page with his finger. He slowly closed his eyes. The room returned to silence. Huan Ji held her chin with one hand and looked at the figure who was seriously studying the heavenly book. She looked a little helpless. She did not know if she should be happy or sad that she had such a hothead under her command. If she said that he was obedient, he always acted on his own and did not listen to orders. If she said that he was disobedient, there was no one more obedient than him. He listened to almost everything she said and fulfilled all of her unreasonable requests without any complaints. After staring at this familiar face for a long time, Huan Ji thought of another troublesome thing. The damned Li Mu beside the Empress of Great Zhou had become a stone in her heart. She could not pick it up or let it go. She paced back and forth between revenge and gratitude. She was hesitant. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Rather than being conflicted for a long time, it was better to make a quick decision. From now on, she and Li Mu had nothing to do with each other. In the future, she would keep the little snake by her side. When she had nothing to do, she could bully him. This could be considered as venting her anger, although this was not fair to the little snake. As long as she compensated him later, she held her chin with both hands and looked at the face in front of her. Although this face was handsome, it was really asking for a beating. Chapter 450. Li Mu was in a valley covered in green grass. In the distance, the mountains were green, and nearby, there was a gurgling stream. Foxes were jumping on the grass beside the stream. Some of them only had 1 or 2 tails, while some had a bunch of tails behind them. Some had 5, 6, 7, or 8 tails behind them. On a rock in the distance stood a slender white fox. Behind it, 9 long tails fluttered in the wind. Li Mu swallowed his saliva. The 9-tailed celestial fox was a supreme being among demons. It was comparable to a true dragon. It was the highest form of the Fox clan. It was also the ultimate goal of Little White, Fantasy Princess, and the other fox demons. 9-tailed fox looked back at Li Mu. Their eyes met, and Li Mu felt dizzy. Then he realized that the one standing on the rock was himself. In the morning, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes in Phantom Princess's room. Phantom Princess sat beside the table and asked, "What did you see?" Li Mu said, "White fog, thick white fog." Phantom Princess continued to ask, "What else?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "A 3-tailed fox, a charm god art, an illusion god art." The mystical thing about the heavenly book was that different people would see different things when they comprehended it. Every time they comprehended it, the things they saw would also be different. Charm and illusion were the basic divine abilities of the Fox clan after they transformed. Even if they comprehended it, it wouldn't be of much use. Phantom Princess didn't tell Li Mu that he didn't comprehend anything useful from the heavenly book. She only said, "Cultivate well in the future. These 2 god arts are also very powerful when cultivated to a high level." Li Mu cupped his fists and said, "I will work hard." Walking out of Phantom Princess's courtyard, Li Mu's expression was a bit melancholy. Hu Jio floated over and asked, "What's wrong? Master Phantom Princess scolded you again?" Li Mu didn't answer and just put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go and drink. It's my treat today." Hu Jio was shocked. "Did the sun rise from the west today? You're treating me? Why don't you treat? Just pretend that I didn't say anything. It would take 2 or 3 days to gather the experts of the Meizong sect. During these days, there was nothing urgent. Li Mu and Hu Jio were drinking and eating in a restaurant in the Thousand Fox City, chatting with each other intermittently. Now that Li Mu had achieved his goal, it was time to consider leaving. His initial plan was to help Xiao by obtaining the subsequent cultivation method, and then take the opportunity to escape. From then on, the name of Daniel Wu would completely disappear from the monster race. But when the day came, Li Mu couldn't be so straightforward. To Hu Jio and Huan Ji, Little Snake was a member of Meizong sect. Although he was a little stubborn, he was loyal and did not fear death. They would let Little Snake live in their hearts forever. Li Mu asked casually, "When will the Lord of Heaven come out of seclusion?" Hu Jio said, "Why do you ask?" Li Mu smiled honestly and said, "I admire the Lord of Heaven very much. I don't know when I can meet him." Hu Jio shook her head and said, "I think it will be a long time. The Lord of Heaven has been in seclusion often these years, and each time he stays in seclusion is longer than the last. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for 1.5 years this time." Li Mu was actually most worried about Illusion Lord of Heaven coming out of seclusion. The power of a 7th realm expert was beyond his imagination. If Illusion Lord of Heaven could see through his disguise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Li Mu was relieved to hear this from Hu Jio. When they were halfway through their meal, a bell suddenly rang on the peak. It was the bell of Meizong's sect for gathering. They didn't delay and immediately flew to the peak. Many people from Meizong's sect had already gathered on the peak. Illusion Princess and Prince by Xian of Thousand Fox Country were also there. They were both elders of Meizong's sect. Another handsome man with 6th realm cultivation who looked similar to Illusion Princess was accompanying a young man. The young man was dressed in white with a black lotus embroidered on his chest. Li Mu's eyes turned cold. The black lotus was the symbol of the Demonic Path Sacred Sect. The status of the Demonic Path Sacred Sect in Demonic Path was equivalent to the status of Baiyun Mountain Ancestral Court in Fulu School. The subsects didn't submit to anyone, but the Sacred Sect had absolute control over the other 9 sections. Even a long time ago, these 9 sects were separated from the Sacred Sect. As a force that existed longer than Taoism and Buddhism, the Demonic Path Sacred Sect had always been a synonym for mystery. Outsiders, even the other sects of the Demonic Path, knew very little about them. Li Mu had the memory of 1,000 illusions venerable, but he only knew that the Sacred Sect was very powerful. There might be existences beyond the 7th realm among them. Even the Demon Emperor Bai from 3,000 years ago was extremely afraid of the demonic path in the depths of his memory. The Meizong sect gathered this time just to welcome this person from the Sacred Sect. Not long after, the young man from the Sacred Sect went to the palace. The people of the Meizong sect dispersed. Li Mu and Hu Jio returned to the restaurant. They had only finished half of their food and wine. Hu Jio looked in the direction of the palace. She raised her head and took a sip of wine. She sighed softly. Li Mu asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Jio said worriedly, "The people from the Sacred Sect have come with ill intentions. The conflict between the Lord of Heaven and the Sacred Sect has been going on for a long time. The Lord of Heaven didn't agree with the matter of the Zhejiang Commander Chief. Later, the Sacred Sect bypassed the Lord of Heaven and sent Shui Ming to the Great Zhou Court through the case of the Zhejiang Commander Chief. The Lord of Heaven had no choice but to accept it. All these years, the Lord of Heaven has been cultivating wholeheartedly. The First Elder and Lord Illusion Princess have disobeyed the orders of the Sacred Sect many times. The Sacred Sect has been disobeyed by the Sacred Sect and the Sacred Sect. There is still too little information about the Demon Sect from the Imperial Court. If Hu Jio hadn't mentioned it, Li Mu wouldn't have known about the conflict between the Sacred Sect and the Meizong Sect. Many people from the Meizong Sect and the Meizong Sect also wanted to overthrow the Great Zhou Court. However, They overthrew the rule of the Great Zhou in order to establish a demon clan regime. They didn't want the demon clan to be exploited and killed by humans. The Meizong sect hated humans, but she didn't vent her anger on all humans. Over the years, while they rescued the demon clan, they also rescued many humans. However, some people from the demon clan only wanted to destroy and kill. The Meizong sect ignored the orders of the sacred sect and gradually incurred the dissatisfaction of the sacred sect. Li Mu was certainly happy to see the internal strife of the demon clan. However, Hu Jie was quite worried. The mysteriousness and power of the sacred sect were rooted in the deepest part of everyone's heart. Even the Lord Saint wouldn't have a good end if he went against them. The sacred sect emissary stayed in the Thousand Fox Country for 2 days. The royal family of the Fox Country accompanied him the whole time. Illusion Princess also had to accompany him. Therefore, she didn't order Li Mu around these 2 days. Imperial Palace. Illusion Princess received Hu Jie's message. Several strong people from the Meizong sect had already returned to the Thousand Fox City. She cupped her hands to the youth and said, "Lord Emissary, I still have important matters to attend to. Please forgive me for leaving first." The youth didn't speak. The Crown Prince of the Thousand Fox Country, Bai Xian, looked at her and said with dissatisfaction, "Junior sister, you don't know the rules. What is more important than the Lord Emissary?" Illusion Princess said calmly, "There are countless people suffering. I have to go save them." Bai Xian said angrily, "Junior sister," the youth in white smiled and said, "Saving people is more important. Miss Illusion Princess, you can go." Illusion Princess cupped her hands to him and flew away. After Illusion Princess left, Bai Xian said apologetically, "Lord Emissary, please don't be angry. My junior sister has been so unruly since she was young." The youth in white looked at the sky and said lightly, "She's not the only one who doesn't know the rules in the Huan family." Hearing this, Bai Xian was shocked and didn't know what to say. The youth in white looked at him and said, "I actually came this time to tell you something." Bai Xian cupped his hands and bowed. He said respectfully, "Please tell me, Lord Emissary." The youth in white said, "The elders hope that the Bai family can control the Meizong sect." Bai Xian was ecstatic, but his face showed a difficult expression. He said, "The Meizong sect trusts Master. Senior brother Huan Yun and junior sister Huan Ji are the controllers of the Meizong sect. Although the Bai family has many people in the Meizong sect, they don't have much power. After all, Master is at the 7th realm and senior brother Huan Yun is at the 6th realm." The youth in white said, "It's not important whether you can or not. What's important is whether you want to or not." Bai Xian said, "I want to, but Master won't agree. Senior brother Huan Yun and junior sister Huan Ji won't give up the Meizong sect." The youth in white smiled and asked, "What if they all die?" Bai Xian's face turned red. He said, "Lord Emissary, the heavenly monarch is my master. Senior brother Huan Yun is like my brother. Junior sister Huan Ji is my most beloved woman." The youth in white said, "So you can't do it?" Bai Xian took a deep breath and said, "Please let me do it myself. My Bai family is the king of the Fox family. I've tolerated that old thing for a long time." The youth in white smiled and said, "Very good." Not long after, Bai Xian came to the Huan Ji manor. A servant said, "Your Highness, Lord Huan Ji just left." Bai Xian said with a worried expression, "What should we do?" "I just did a divination for junior sister Huan Ji. The divination showed a bad omen." Chapter 451. In the northwest of the ancestral state, there were endless mountains. Zhejiang County was an important barrier. It was guarded by a large number of troops, closely monitoring every move of the Yao nation. Although there were many troops, the security of Zhejiang County was not good. The existence of the garrison was to defend against external enemies and would not easily interfere with local politics. Zhejiang County was bordered by the Yao Kingdom, and the county was filled with demons and bandits. The common people lived in groups, and when they went out, they often traveled in groups. Zhejiang County, one of the 9 counties. A woman in white slowly walked on a mountain path. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her figure was graceful, and her face was beautiful. She was naturally charming. When the woodcutter saw her, he could not take his eyes off her. He almost took a wrong step and stepped into a cliff. After the shock, he panted and said to his companion, "Such a beautiful girl dares to go out alone. In the past few months, at least 8, if not 10, women have mysteriously disappeared around here." His companion disagreed and said, "A beauty who dares to go out alone these days can't be an ordinary person. She might be an immortal or a demon. Look at how beautiful she is. She's like a fox spirit. How could a person be so beautiful?" On a mountain path, the beautiful woman continued to walk. When she passed by a dense forest, a figure suddenly walked out of the forest. It was a young man in blue. He had the cultivation of spirit condensation. He looked at the woman on the mountain path with a fiery gaze and praised, "What a beautiful woman! Such a beautiful woman, even if she was not a rare demon, could be sold for a very good price." After all, although female demons were rarer, not everyone liked demon furnaces. The value of such a beauty was definitely not inferior to any female demons. Looking at the woman on the mountain path, he felt a fire in his heart. He slowly walked towards her. A moment later, the beautiful woman continued to walk. The unconscious young man in blue was hung on a tree. His cultivation had been destroyed. When she was about to reach the foot of the mountain, the woman touched a jade bracelet on her hand. Several figures appeared out of thin air. If everyone swaggered through the air, it would be too eye-catching. Whether it was the military or the local government, it would not be beneficial to the plan. Li Mu, Hu Jiao, and the others hid in Phantom Princess's storage space for a while. For this operation, each of them had a flask heaven space. Although the area was not large, the 7 of them combined were not small. It was enough to accommodate everyone in the Wu family's underground palace. Li Mu had a bigger space, but if he revealed it, his identity would be exposed. So he could only go back to the Thousand Fox Country and let Phantom Princess solve the problem of space herself. Now that he had comprehended the heavenly book of the Fox clan, it was time for him to leave. This time, with Fantasy Princess and the others by his side, Li Mu would not be able to unleash his full potential. After this mission was over, he would try to find an opportunity to escape. He put away these thoughts and said to Huanji and the others, "Lord Huanji, I'll have to trouble you." Phantom Princess nodded and walked into the forest with Hulu. When they came out, their hair was tied up and they had changed into men's clothes. They looked very handsome and charming. The beauty of the people from Meizong's sect was not differentiated by gender. No matter if it was a man dressed as a woman or a woman dressed as a man, they were all stunning beauties. Under Li Mu's lead, the group came to the Wu family. It looked like an ordinary manor, but there was actually a powerful formation outside. Unless there was a 6th realm cultivator, it would be very difficult to break in from the outside. Li Mu had changed his appearance. Like Wu Liang, he was also a follower of the Zhejiang Commandery King. He was now lying in the flask heaven space that Phantom Princess gave to Li Mu. His vital spirit and body were imprisoned. A guard of the Wu family came up and said respectfully, "Welcome, Lord Shun. Master is in seclusion and can't receive you personally. Please don't blame him." Li Mu said, "I brought a few friends to play. You can make the arrangements. I won't disturb Brother Wu." The guard said, "Everyone, please follow me." He held the token and led them through several checkpoints. They came to an empty space in the backyard. He formed a seal with his hands, and his lips trembled. A large hole opened in the ground. It was pitch black inside, and they could not see anything. The guard stood at the entrance of the hole and said, "Please go in. Someone will receive you below." Hu Jiao was about to jump down when Phantom Princess suddenly grabbed her collar. Li Mu was also suspicious. He said in a low voice, "Something's wrong." The entire Wu family was eerily quiet. Li Mu and the others had not seen anyone since they came in. It was not like this when Li Mu came last time. The moment Phantom Princess stopped Hu Jiao, the guard of the Wu family was about to retreat. Li Mu pointed at the back of his neck and sealed his cultivation. Phantom Princess had already sensed that something was wrong. She immediately said, "Retreat." But it was too late. The light of the formation flashed in the sky above the Wu family. A translucent shield instantly solidified. The 7 of them were trapped inside the shield. Outside the shield, a dense crowd of people began to gather. An ambush. We've fallen into a trap. Inside the formation, everyone spoke with an ugly expression. When Hu Lu and the others came to their senses, they immediately looked at Li Mu with suspicion and hostility in their eyes. From the beginning, he was the one who provided the information and planned this. If there was a traitor among them, he was the most suspicious. Hu Jiao understood their expressions. She said with a dark face, "What do you mean? Are you suspecting Little Snake?" Hu Lu and Li Mu pulled away and said, "He is indeed the most suspicious. Shouldn't we suspect him?" Hu Jiao said decisively, "It can't be Little Snake. I believe him." While the 2 demons were arguing, Phantom Princess did not panic. She said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's work together to break the formation." Her words were very useful. They all took out their weapons and attacked the formation above them. Only Li Mu did not move. He knew that their attacks were useless. The underground palace of the Wu family was the money tree of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. He had invested a lot in the protective formation here. Even a 6th realm cultivator would need some time to break this formation. If Phantom Princess brought the cultivators of the Meizong and Mirage sects, they might be able to break it. However, she had gathered them in an emergency and did not have enough manpower. They could not even shake this formation. Phantom Princess formed a seal with her hands. A huge 6-tailed fox shadow appeared behind her. She used the fox shadow to unleash her strongest attack. However, it only made the formation shake a little. The formation was still stable. At this moment, Hu Jiao realized that Li Mu did not move. She said angrily, "Why are you still standing there?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "It's useless. I searched the soul of the owner of this place. Even a 6th realm cultivator would need more than 2 hours to break this formation. If we continue like this, we'll just be wasting our magic power." Phantom Princess could unleash a 6th realm attack. However, she only had the power for 1 attack. It was far from enough to break the formation. She landed and gritted her teeth. There are still spies in the Meizong sect. Outside the array, a young man crossed his arms and looked down at them from above. He said indifferently, "You guys really dared to come." Hu Lu raised her head and asked coldly, "How did you know?" The young man smiled and said, "We're going to die. What's the use of knowing this?" Hu Lu said coldly, "The Lord of Heaven's daughter is here. If you dare to hurt her, the Lord of Heaven will not let you go." The young man sneered and said, "The Lord of Heaven's illusion is so scary. Then let him come. Let's see who will not let who go." The Duke of Zhejiang obviously knew Phantom Princess's identity. Li Mu ruled out the possibility that they discovered something was wrong and set up an ambush in advance. The imperial court did have spies in the Meizong sect. However, they did not have access to such confidential information. The only possibility was that the higher-ups of the Meizong sect leaked the information to the Duke of Zhejiang. Did the Duke of Zhejiang also have spies in the higher-ups of the Meizong sect? Right now, spies were not the most important thing. The Duke of Zhejiang gave the order. Outside the formation, countless cultivators activated the formation at the same time. A sky full of spells attacked them. Although there were no 6th realm cultivators outside the formation, there were all 4th realm and 5th realm cultivators. There were too many of them. Their combined attacks were very close to 6th realm attacks. Even Dongxian cultivators would be in a difficult situation if they were trapped in the formation. Phantom Princess threw out an ancient turtle shell. The turtle shell emitted a faint fluorescent light and covered them. However, the light on the turtle shell was slowly dimming under the intensive attacks. Hu Lu said with a trembling voice, "Lord Phantom Princess, this Dharma treasure will not last long." As the turtle shell dimmed, Phantom Princess's face gradually turned pale. She still had a few powerful Dharma treasures. However, they could only last for a while. The attacks outside the formation would eventually land on them. Everyone would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed in body and soul. At this moment, no one doubted Li Mu. It was obvious that the people outside wanted to kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. Which spy would die with them? Hu Jiu sat on the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, "If we can escape, I will definitely catch that damned spy. I will tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes." Hulu sat beside her dejectedly. She said, "Let's talk about it after we escape. What's the use of saying this now? I'm still a virgin. I haven't even tasted a man." Phantom Princess was silent. After the undercover incident last time, she had been more careful. Not many people knew about this, but even so, they had still been ambushed. The light on the turtle shell was very dim. Hujil looked up. After a moment of silence, she slowly stood up and said, "If the 6 of us explode our demon souls and primordial spirits, even if we can't break the formation, we can weaken it to the greatest extent. It will be enough for Lord Phantom Princess to break the formation. As long as the formation is broken, Lord Phantom Princess will have hope of escaping." The demons did not speak. Their faces were filled with determination. Phantom Princess said firmly, "No." This was the only time Hu Jiu did not go along with Phantom Princess. She said firmly, "Lord Phantom Princess, we have no other choice. Only if you escape can you avenge us and save the people here. We still have a choice." A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes immediately looked behind Phantom Princess. Li Mu slowly said, "I just searched through the memories of the owner of this place and found that this formation has a weak point. If Lord Illusion Princess uses the same level of attack as before to attack the weak point, there might be a chance of breaking the formation." Hulu shook her head and said, "Even if we break the formation, there are so many strong enemies outside. We can't escape." Li Mu continued, "I learned a skill from the Heavenly Book. Later, other than Lord Phantom Princess, all of you, transfer your mana to me. I will use your mana to cast this skill. It should be able to stop them for a while. During this time, Lord Phantom Princess will be able to escape with you." Hu Jiu said in surprise, "Really?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's all thanks to Lord Phantom Princess that I learned the Heavenly Book 2 days ago. Otherwise, all of us would have died here today." Phantom Princess looked into Li Mu's eyes and asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" Li Mu said embarrassedly, "I wanted to tell Lord Phantom Princess at the right time, to give Lord Phantom Princess a surprise. I didn't expect to use it so soon." Hu Jiu seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Then what about you?" Li Mu patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I also learned a blood escape skill from the Heavenly Book. This skill can increase my speed greatly. Those below the 6th level won't be able to catch up with me. After buying enough time for all of you, I will use the blood escape skill to escape. Although after using it, my vitality will be greatly damaged and my cultivation will regress. But at this critical moment, I can't care so much." Hulu looked at Li Mu and seemed to have understood something. Phantom Princess felt that something was wrong. She wanted to ask more, but Hulu looked at the dim turtle shell and said, "Lord Phantom Princess, there's no time. Prepare to attack the weak point of this formation. We will transfer our spiritual power to him." Outside the formation, the Duke of Zhejiang looked at the turtle shell that was about to disappear and urged, "Hurry up, this thing can't hold on for much longer." The cultivators were about to increase their attacks when a strong wave of spiritual power came from under the turtle shell. A long whip of spiritual power pierced through the turtle shell and hit a certain part of the formation. The Duke of Zhejiang smiled in disdain. A trap beast attack? Then he opened his eyes slightly. He seemed to have seen something wrong. He saw a small shadow of a bell. Although it was just a flash, he did see it. Boom! After being hit by the long whip, the formation that had always been very stable let out a deafening boom. A gap actually appeared. Although the gap was quickly mended, there was still a ray of white light that flew out of the formation and into the distance. The Duke of Zhejiang's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Chase after it." In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. The moment the white light flew out, the cultivators outside the formation had already chased after it. Bang! The cultivator who was flying at the front suddenly flew back. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure was only at the 4th level at first, But his aura began to climb at this moment. It climbed to the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, until it reached the peak of the 4th level. At some point, it reached the 5th level. However, this was not the end. In just a few breaths, his aura climbed to the peak of the 5th level. This scene scared all the cultivators present. They did not dare to act rashly. If this person took one more step, he would reach the 6th level and enter the ranks of the strongest cultivators on the continent. At that time, who would be able to stop him? Fortunately, his aura did not change after reaching the peak of the 5th level. Limu quietly put away the Dao Bell and secretly adjusted the position of the Fu Lu on his arm. The flaw in the formation was fake. In fact, when Phantom Princess attacked with her full strength, he made the Dao Bell become undetectable and lightly hit it. The Dao spell was also fake. The reason his aura climbed was because he used the Fu Lu. The blood escape was also fake. It was just an excuse he used to deceive Phantom Princess. Although he didn't expect this undercover incident, it was also an opportunity for him to escape. Seeing that the person's aura no longer climbed, the Duke of Zhejiang let out a sigh of relief. He pointed at the Creation Realm cultivators and said, "You guys kill him. The rest of you, chase after him." As soon as he finished speaking, a few people rushed in the direction Phantom Princess disappeared. However, in the next moment, a figure blocked their path. He floated in the air and said in a low voice, "Those who cross this place will die." The Duke of Zhejiang was extremely angry. He shouted, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Countless figures swarmed forward. Behind them, under the night sky, Phantom Princess ignored the overdraft of her dermic powers and pushed her speed to the limit. Even though they were so far away, she could still feel the rapidly rising aura behind her. It seemed that the little snake did not lie to her. He really did comprehend a powerful Dao spell from the heavenly book. She continued to squeeze out her dermic powers and increased her speed. Hu Jio and the others were already in the sky flask. She had to use her fastest speed to fly into the 100,000 mountains. Only then would she not let down the opportunity the little snake had risked his life to create for them. In the sky above the Wu Manor, Limu had killed countless people. He looked back in the direction Phantom Princess had disappeared and said softly, "Lord Phantom Princess, farewell forever." He slowly turned back. Suddenly, a strong white light emitted from his body. In the sky above the Wu Manor, the cultivators were scared out of their wits. "Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Retreat. Damn it, don't block me." A destructive wave of spiritual power swept out in all directions with that figure as the center. The Wu Manor had been razed to the ground. Everyone quickly scattered, but they were still affected and were sent flying. They all spat out blood, their auras weakened, and their divine souls dimmed. The Zhejiang commandery prince hid behind a few guards. He waited until the spiritual power wave of the self-destruction dissipated before he walked out. He looked up and saw that the white figure had already disappeared. He coughed a few times. His face was pale as he said angrily, "That lunatic." 100,000 mountains. In the Yao nation, Phantom Princess landed on a mountain. Her body swayed and she almost fell down. She held onto a tree and let Hu Jio and the others out. Then she threw a few spiritual jades to them and sat down cross-legged. She said, "Those people won't dare to chase us anymore. You guys hurry up and recover your dermic powers. We'll wait here for the little snake to come back." Hu Jio looked like she had survived a disaster. She laughed and said, "I knew that the little snake is more reliable at times like this. Lord Phantom Princess, when he comes back, you must reward him." Hu Lu's expression was complicated. After a long time, she raised her head and said, "I'm afraid that the little snake won't be able to come back." Hu Jio glared at her and said unhappily, "Sister Lu, what are you saying? The little snake just saved all of us. How can you curse him like this? Hurry up and spit on him." Hu Lu said in a low voice, "Don't you understand? There's no blood escape. He can only use our dermic powers to temporarily increase his cultivation and self-destruct his divine soul to buy time for Lord Phantom Princess. The little snake won't be able to come back." Hu Jio was stunned for a moment. Then, she said angrily, "What are you talking about? That's impossible." As soon as she said that, a strong wave of spiritual power came from far away. Even if they were standing dozens of miles away, they could still faintly feel it. Plop! Hu Jio's body went soft, and she knelt on the ground. Crack! The spiritual jade in Phantom Princess's hand was crushed by her. Blood slowly flowed through the gaps between her fingers. Chapter 452. Zhejiang County, Qingjiang County. In a pharmacy in the county, the doctor stroked his long beard and withdrew his hand from a man's pulse. He asked, "When did this symptom appear?" The man said with a bitter face, Last night, I was making love with my wife. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. It shook my house so much that it almost collapsed. At that time, I was moaning. Then this morning, I couldn't get up." The doctor nodded and comforted him. "It's okay. It's normal to have such symptoms when you're frightened. I'll give you a prescription. You'll be fine after taking it for a few days." The man said gratefully, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you. It's my pleasure." The doctor raised his pen and said, "Just follow this prescription to get the medicine. 100-year-old ginseng, 1 deer antler, a pair of bear paws, and half a kilogram of caterpillar fungus. Take it for a few days, and you'll be fine." After the man got the medicine and left, the shopkeeper of the pharmacy counted the silver and said, "I don't know what happened last night. I was sleeping soundly when there was a loud noise outside. I was so scared that I fell under the bed. I thought the earth dragon had turned over, but it just shook." On the street, the people were also discussing this matter. The loud noise last night had awakened all the people in the city. Even now, most of the people did not know what had happened. It was not until the Qingjiang County government posted a notice to calm the people that the people knew the ins and outs of the matter. The notice said that last night, a few demons attacked the Wu family estate outside the city and engaged in a great battle with the cultivators of the Wu family. The battle was extremely intense, razing the entire Wu family estate to the ground. The loud sound came from the battle. It's too scary. A battle actually caused such a big commotion. Fortunately, the battle didn't happen in the county. Otherwise, we would also be affected. When will the imperial court completely destroy these damned demons? Chase them back into the mountains and never come out? In the crowd, a cultivator said with lingering fear, "What kind of *T battle is this? A battle of magical powers isn't that powerful. That's equivalent to the self-destruction of someone at the peak of the creation realm. Yesterday, I was just watching from afar, but I was injured by the shockwaves. If I'd been any closer, I might have died." The person beside him was pale, and his aura was very weak. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I need at least half a year to recover from the injuries I suffered this time." That lunatic, His Royal Highness, was angered by him last night. The cultivator said, "If it wasn't for that lunatic, His Royal Highness would have caught those demons." If the daughter of the Lord of Illusions was handed over to the imperial court, it would be a great merit. Little Snake. In the crowd, a handsome man's face was covered in tears. When tears fell from his cheeks, they dissipated into the void. Beside him, a beautiful woman also shed tears. She took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go." Thousand Fox City. After Phantom Princess, Hu Jio, and the others came back, they searched the entire Maison sect, but they still didn't find any clues about the spy. That person was like a poisonous snake that chose people to devour. He hid in the dark, and no one knew when he would bite them again. Phantom Princess looked at Hu Jio and Hu Lu and said, "From now on, the only people I can trust are you." Hu Jio walked into a small courtyard. When she came out, she was holding several neatly folded clothes in her arms. She looked sad and said, "I want to build a tomb for Little Snake." Outside Thousand Fox City, a small mound was piled up on a beautiful hillside. Phantom Princess and Hu Lu stood in front of the mound silently. Hu Jio put her hand on the tombstone in front of the mound and said seriously, "Little Snake, I will avenge you, Zhejiang Commandery Prince's Mansion. Your Royal Highness, Lord Wu, Lord Mu, Mr. May's life talismans are all broken. Lord Chen's is also broken. It's the fox demon's revenge. Hearing the report, the Duke of Zhejiang's face became gloomier and gloomier. Foxes were indeed vengeful. Not long after they escaped, they launched a crazy revenge. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "They asked for it. Inform the county government that demons from the demon nation want to kill me." The servant said, "Those demons are very powerful. I'm afraid the county government can't deal with them." The Duke of Zhejiang snorted and said, "They can't deal with them, but someone can." In the Demon Emperor's cave, Li Mu lay on the grass with his hands behind his head. He held a blade of grass in his mouth and looked up at the sky. He had completed his mission to sneak in 1,000 Fox Nation, and the show was over. Although he wasn't so obsessed that he couldn't get out, after lying here for 2 days, the figures of Phantom Princess, Hu Jiao, and the people from Meizong's sect often appeared in his mind. Sure enough, he couldn't act for too long. Otherwise, it would be easy to distinguish between the scenes and the scenes. Li Mu stretched out his hand. There was a spiritual jade in his palm. In the center of the spiritual jade, there was a red mark in the shape of a blood drop. He left the spiritual jade in the Demon Emperor's space and disappeared on the spot. Zhejiang County, somewhere in Qingjiang County. Li Mu's figure appeared out of thin air. He took out the spiritual conch and injected his magic power. The Empress' angry voice came from the spiritual conch. "Li Mu, if you don't let me speak this time, I'll teach you a lesson when you come back." Li Mu coughed and said, "Your Majesty, you can speak as much as you want this time. You can speak as long as you want." Opposite the spiritual conch, Zhou, he was stunned. Then he said, "Forget it. Your safety is more important. If you have something to say it quickly. If it takes too long, they might get suspicious." Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I've completed my mission. I can return to the divine capital in a few days." "You can return?" "Yes, I've already left Thousand Fox Nation." "Then don't leave in a few days. Leave now. Immediately. Immediately. I want to see you before tomorrow. Do you know how I've been through these months? I'm so annoyed by the reports every day." Li Mu listened to the Emperor's complaints and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, I still have some things to do in Zhejiang County. After I'm done, I'll return as soon as possible." Zhou, he asked, "What's going on in Zhejiang County?" Li Mu said, "Zhejiang County King Xiao Hung had a large number of retainers in his residence. He also recruited a large number of cultivators through some shady means. He allowed his subordinates to do harm in Zhejiang County. I'll return after I'm done with him." Zhou, he was a bit disappointed. He could only ask, "Can you do it alone?" Li Mu said, "I'm afraid not. I'll need the help of the Office of Worship." Zhou, he asked, "Is one high priest and 10 peak 5th realm high priest enough?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Just the high priest is enough. There's no need for so many people." Zhou, he covered the conch and looked at Mr. May beside him. He said, "Go and inform the Office of Worship. Ask the 2 high priests to go to Zhejiang County together. After they're done, bring Li Mu back to me." Mr. May soon arrived at the Office of Worship. He said to the 2 high priests, "Her Majesty has decreed that the 2 high priests should go to Zhejiang County to help Lord Li deal with the Zhejiang County king. Then bring him back. If he doesn't come back, tie him up and bring him back." The 2 high priests cupped their hands together. "Yes, Your Majesty." In Changle Palace, Zhou, he looked at the conch and said, "I heard that you massaged a fox's legs and shoulders in the Yao Kingdom. You even washed her feet?" As expected, this matter still reached the Empress' ears. His great image in the Empress' mind had probably collapsed. Li Mu sighed and said, "Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation." 2 hours later, Li Mu put down the conch. It had been a long time since he made conch with the Empress like this. In the past 2 hours, he had finished reporting his work to the Empress in advance. He didn't know why the Empress was so curious about these things. She asked him to tell her everything one by one. If it weren't for the officials who asked to see her, she might have asked Li Mu to talk for 2 more hours. Li Mu returned to Zhejiang County and prepared to wait for the 2 high priests. With their speed, they would be here by this time tomorrow. He had just turned a corner when he heard an incredulous voice from behind him. "Little snake." Li Mu turned around subconsciously. When he saw Hu Jio's face, he knew he was in trouble. Hu Jio ran over excitedly and grabbed Li Mu's arm. She said in surprise, "Little snake, it's really you. You didn't die." Hu Jio wasn't the only one who was excited. Phantom Princess also had an indescribable look of surprise on her face. Only Hulu looked at him with surprise and doubt. Li Mu waved his hand to get rid of Hu Jio. Hu Jio was stunned and asked, "Little snake, what's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me?" Phantom Princess seemed to realize something. She looked at Li Mu and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. At such a close distance, she didn't feel the existence of that drop of essence blood. The person in front of her wasn't Little Snake. Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess and smiled. "Fox, we meet again." Little Snake wouldn't call Lord Phantom Princess that. Hu Jio finally reacted. She took a few steps back and blurted out, "You are Li Mu, the real Li Mu." Li Mu looked at Hu Jio and finally looked at Phantom Princess. He said, "The great consecrator said that he saw another me in Thousand Fox Country. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. Phantom Princess, you are too much. You don't dare to fight with me on the surface, but you humiliate me behind my back." Phantom Princess looked haggard and didn't want to talk about that. She said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "This is Jiujiang County, one of the 36 counties in Great Zhou. I should be the one asking you this question. What are you doing here? Do you want to do something bad again?" Seeing this familiar face, Hu Jio was reminded of something sad. She gritted her teeth and said, "What right do you have to say that we are going to do bad things? Do monsters have to do bad things? You humans have done more bad things than us." Li Mu was stunned. Then he said, "Sorry, that's not what I meant. After all, we have been through life and death together. Don't quarrel as soon as you see me. What are you doing here?" Hu Jio wanted to take the opportunity to vent her anger. She didn't expect the human in front of her to be so polite and apologize to her. She was a little confused. Phantom Princess turned her head and said, "It's none of your business." Li Mu said, "Why are you like this? Is this how you heavenly foxes talk to your benefactor?" Phantom Princess said calmly, "Our grudges are even. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Li Mu patted his chest and sighed. "Touch your conscience. What grudges do we have? You wanted to kill me in the beginning. Later, I saved you and let bygones be bygones. Now you say that our grudges are even." Phantom Princess took a deep breath and asked, "Then what do you want?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Tell me the cultivation method of the five-tailed spirit fox. From now on, our grudges are even. We don't owe each other anything." Phantom Princess's heart skipped a beat. Although the Fox clan did not impart their cultivation techniques to outsiders, it was not absolute. Using a portion of their cultivation techniques in exchange for Li Mu's acknowledgement of ending their karma was a very good deal for her. She looked at Li Mu and reached out her hand. "It's a deal." "Pa!" Li Mu high-fived her and said, "It's a deal." Phantom Princess said, "Come closer." Li Mu leaned over, and Phantom Princess whispered a few words in his ear. Li Mu naturally knew the cultivation method of the five-tailed spirit fox. He wanted to use this chance to eliminate Phantom Princess's inner demons and karma. This was what the little snake owed her. Although Phantom Princess hated him, she was sincere. The cultivation method she talked about was exactly the same as what Li Mu had comprehended from the Heavenly Book. However, he still looked at Phantom Princess suspiciously and asked, "You didn't just make it up to trick me, right?" Phantom Princess said coldly, "I swear on the Heavenly Fox. If I lie, let me die from the thunder tribulation." After that, she didn't look at Li Mu anymore. She said to Hu Lu and Hu Jio, "Let's go." The local government had already noticed them. They also saw the military in the county city. If they continued to move, they might fall into the hands of the Great Zhou military. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only return to Thousand Fox Country and plan for the long term. Wait, they had just taken 2 steps when Li Mu's voice came from behind them again. Phantom Princess turned around and frowned. "What else do you want?" Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess and said, I came to Zhejiang County under the orders of my empress to investigate the second-rank king of Zhejiang. Someone reported that the second-rank king of Zhejiang allowed his subordinates to do some illegal things. However, I'm not familiar with this place. I know that the Meizong sect is more familiar with this place. How about this? You tell me some more clues about this case. Hu Jiao and Hu Lu looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. Li Mu didn't keep his word. He just said that the grudge was written off, and now he mentioned it again. However, they were worried about how to avenge the little snake and how to save their compatriots imprisoned by the second-rank king of Zhejiang. They could use this person. Phantom Princess's eyes flashed. Then she said, I can help you, but you have to promise me one thing. Li Mu asked, what is it? Phantom Princess said, there are many demons imprisoned by the second-rank king of Zhejiang. If you punish the queen of Zhejiang, I will take these demons away. Li Mu smiled and said, as long as you are willing to help me, that's easy. Chapter 453. Xinjiang County. In a pharmacy in the county, the doctor stroked his long beard and withdrew his hand from a man's pulse. He asked, when did these symptoms appear? The man said with a bitter face, Last night, I was making love with my wife. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. It shook my house so much that it almost collapsed. At that time, I made love. Then this morning I couldn't get up. The doctor nodded and then comforted him. It's okay. It's normal to have such symptoms when you're frightened. I'll give you a prescription. You'll be fine after taking it for a few days. The man said gratefully, Thank you, doctor. Thank you. It's my pleasure. The doctor raised his pen and said, Just follow this prescription to get the medicine. 100-year-old ginseng, 1 deer antler, a pair of bear paws, and a kilogram of caterpillar fungus. Take it for a few days, and you'll be fine. After the man got the medicine and left, the shopkeeper of the pharmacy counted the silver and said, I don't know what happened last night. I was sleeping soundly when there was a loud noise outside. I was so scared that I fell under the bed. I thought the earth dragon had turned over, but it was just a tremor. On the streets, the people were also discussing this matter. The loud noise last night had awakened all the people in the city. Even now, most of the people did not know what had happened. It was not until the Xinjiang County government posted a notice to calm the people that the people knew the ins and outs of the matter. The notice said that last night, a few demons attacked the Wu family estate outside the city and engaged in a great battle with the cultivators of the Wu family. The battle was extremely intense, razing the entire Wu family estate to the ground. The loud sound came from the battle. It's too scary. A battle actually caused such a big commotion. Fortunately, the battle did not happen in the county. Otherwise, we would also be in trouble. When will the imperial court completely destroy these damn demons? Chase them back into the mountains and never come out. In the crowd, a cultivator said with lingering fear, What kind of **T battle is this? A battle of magical powers isn't that powerful. That's equivalent to the self-destruction of someone at the peak of the creation realm. Yesterday, I was just watching from afar, but I was injured by the shockwaves. If I had been any closer, I might have died. The person beside him was pale, and his aura was very weak. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, I need at least half a year to recover from the injuries I suffered this time. That lunatic, His Royal Highness, was angered by him last night. The cultivator said, If it wasn't for that lunatic, His Royal Highness would have caught those demons. If the daughter of the Lord of Illusions was handed over to the imperial court, it would be a great merit. Little Snake, in the crowd, a handsome man's face was covered in tears. When tears fell from his cheeks, they dissipated into the void. Beside him, a beautiful woman also shed tears. She took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, Let's go. Thousand Fox City. After Phantom Princess, Hu Jiao, and the others returned, they searched the entire Meizong sect, but they still didn't find any clues about the spy. That person was like a poisonous snake that chose to devour people. He hid in the dark, and they didn't know when he would bite them again. Phantom Princess looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Lu and said, From now on, You're the only people I can trust. Hu Jio walked into a small courtyard. When he came out, he was holding several neatly folded clothes in his arms. He looked sad and said, I want to build a tomb for a little snake. Outside Thousand Fox City, a small mound was piled up on a beautiful hillside. Phantom Princess and Hu Lu stood in front of the mound silently. Hu Jio put his hand on the tombstone in front of the mound and said seriously, Little snake, I'll definitely avenge you. Jiujiang Commandery Prince's Mansion. Your Royal Highness, Lord Wu, Lord Mu. Mr. May's life talisman is broken. Lord Chen's is also broken. It's the fox demon's revenge. Hearing the report, the Duke of Jiujiang's face became gloomier and gloomier. Foxes were indeed vengeful. Not long after they escaped, they launched a crazy revenge. He thought for a moment and said in a low voice, They asked for it. Inform the county government that a demon from the demon nation wants to kill me. The servant said, Those demons are very powerful. I'm afraid the county government can't deal with them. The Duke of Jiujiang snorted and said, They can't deal with them, but someone can. Demon King's Cave. Li Mu lay on the grass with his hands behind his head. He held a blade of grass in his mouth and looked up at the sky. He had completed his mission to sneak in 1,000 Fox Nation, and the show was over. Although he wasn't so obsessed that he couldn't get out, after lying here for 2 days, the figures of Phantom Princess, Hu Jio, and the people of Meizong's sect often appeared in his mind. Sure enough, he couldn't act for too long. Otherwise, it would be easy to distinguish between the inside and outside of the show. Li Mu stretched out his hand. There was a spiritual jade in his palm. In the center of the spiritual jade, there was a red mark in the shape of a drop of blood. He left the spiritual jade in the Demon King's space and disappeared on the spot. Jiujiang County, somewhere in Qingjiang County. Li Mu's figure appeared out of thin air. He took out the spiritual conch and injected his magic power. The Empress' angry voice came from the spiritual conch. Li Mu, if you don't let me speak this time, I'll teach you a lesson when you come back. Li Mu coughed and said, Your Majesty, you can speak as much as you want this time. You can speak as long as you want opposite the spiritual conch. Zhou, he was stunned. Then he said, Forget it. Your safety is more important. If you have something to say it quickly. If it takes too long, they might get suspicious. Li Mu said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I've completed my mission. I can return to the divine capital in a few days. You can return? Yes, I've left Thousand Fox Nation. Then don't wait. Leave now. Immediately. I want to see you before tomorrow. Do you know how I've been through these months? I'm so annoyed by reading the reports every day. Li Mu listened to the Emperor's complaints and said helplessly, Your Majesty, I still have some things to do in Jiujiang County. After I'm done, I'll return as soon as possible. Zhou, he asked, What's going on in Jiujiang County? Li Mu said, Jiujiang County King Xiao Heng has a large number of followers in his residence. He also recruited a large number of cultivators through some shady means. He allowed his subordinates to do harm in Jiujiang County. I'll return after I'm done with him. Zhou, he was a bit disappointed. He could only ask, Can you do it alone? Li Mu said, I'm afraid not. I need the help of the Office of Worship. Zhou Qiong asked, Is 1 high consecrator and 10 peak level 5th realm consecrators enough? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, Just the high priest is enough. There's no need for so many people. Zhou, he covered the conch and looked at Mr. May beside him. He said, Go and inform the Office of Worship. Ask the 2 high priests to go to Jiujiang County together. After they're done, bring Li Mu back to me. Mr. May soon arrived at the Office of Worship. He said to the 2 high priests, Her Majesty has decreed that the 2 high priests should go to Jiujiang County to help Lord Li deal with the Jiujiang County King. Then bring him back. If he doesn't come back, tie him up and bring him back. The 2 high priests cupped their hands at the same time. Yes, Your Majesty. In Changle Palace, Zhou, he looked at the conch and said, I heard that you massaged a fox's legs and shoulders in the Yao Kingdom. You even wash her feet? As expected, this matter still reached the ears of the Empress. His great image in the Empress' mind had probably collapsed. Li Mu sighed and said, "Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation." 2 hours later, Li Mu put down the conch. It had been a long time since he made conch with the Empress like this. In the past 2 hours, he had finished reporting his work to the Empress in advance. He didn't know why the Empress was so curious about these things. She asked him to tell her everything one by one. If it weren't for the officials who asked to see her, she might have asked Li Mu to talk for 2 hours. Li Mu returned to Zhejiang County and prepared to wait for the two high priests. With their speed, they would be here by this time tomorrow. He had just turned a corner when he heard an incredulous voice from behind him. "Little snake." Li Mu turned around subconsciously. When he saw Hu Jio's face, he knew he was in trouble. Hu Jio ran over excitedly and grabbed Li Mu's arm. She said in surprise, "Little snake, it's really you. You didn't die." Hu Jio wasn't the only one who was excited. Phantom Princess also had an indescribable look of surprise on her face. Only Hu Lu looked at him with surprise and doubt. Li Mu waved his hand to shake off Hu Jio. Hu Jio was stunned and asked, "Little snake, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Phantom Princess seemed to realize something. She looked at Li Mu and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. At such a close distance, she didn't feel the existence of that drop of essence blood. The person in front of her wasn't Little Snake. Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess and smiled. "Fox, we meet again." Little Snake wouldn't call Lord Phantom Princess that. Hu Jio finally reacted. She took a few steps back and blurted out, "You're Li Mu. The real Li Mu." Li Mu looked at Hu Jio and finally looked at Phantom Princess. He said, "The great consecrator said that he saw another me in Thousand Fox Country. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. Phantom Princess, you've gone too far. You don't dare to fight with me on the surface, but you humiliate me behind my back." Phantom Princess looked haggard and didn't want to talk about that. She said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "This is Zhejiang County, one of the 36 counties in Great Zhou. I should be the one asking you this question. What are you doing here? Do you want to do something bad again?" Seeing this familiar face, Hu Jio was reminded of something sad. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why do you say we're doing bad things? Do monsters have to do bad things? You humans have done more bad things than us." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "Sorry, that's not what I meant. We've been through life and death together. Don't quarrel as soon as you see me. What are you doing here?" Hu Jio wanted to take the opportunity to vent her anger. She didn't expect the human in front of her to be so polite and apologize to her. She didn't know what to do. Phantom Princess turned her head and said, "It's none of your business." Li Mu said, "Why are you like this? Is this how you heavenly foxes talk to your benefactor?" Phantom Princess said calmly, "Our grudges are even. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Li Mu patted his chest and sighed. "Touch your conscience. What grudges do we have? You wanted to kill me in the beginning. Later, I saved you and let bygones be bygones. Now you say that our grudges are even." Phantom Princess took a deep breath and asked, "Then what do you want?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Tell me the cultivation method of the five-tailed fox spirit. From now on, our grudges are even. We don't owe each other anything." Phantom Princess's heart skipped a beat. Although the Fox clan did not impart their cultivation techniques to outsiders, it was not absolute. Using a portion of their cultivation techniques in exchange for Li Mu's acknowledgement of ending their karma was a very good deal for her. She looked at Li Mu and reached out her hand. "It's a deal." "Ha!" Li Mu high-fived her and said, "It's a deal." Phantom Princess said, "Come closer." Li Mu leaned over, and Phantom Princess whispered a few words in his ear. Li Mu naturally knew the cultivation method of the five-tailed fox race. He wanted to use this chance to eliminate Phantom Princess's inner demons and karma. This was the little snake's debt to her. Although Phantom Princess hated him, she was sincere. The cultivation method she talked about was exactly the same as what Li Mu had comprehended from the Heavenly Book. However, he still looked at Phantom Princess suspiciously and asked, "You didn't just make it up to trick me, right?" Phantom Princess said coldly, "I swear on the Heavenly Fox race. If I lie, let me die from the thunder tribulation." After that, she didn't look at Li Mu anymore. She said to Hu Lu and Hu Jiao, "Let's go." The local government had already noticed them. They also saw the military in the county. If they continued to move, they might fall into the hands of the great Zhou's military. No matter how unwilling they could only return 1,000 Fox country and plan for the long term. Wait, they had just taken 2 steps when Li Mu's voice came from behind him again. Phantom Princess turned around and frowned. "What else do you want?" Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess and said, "I came to Zhejiang County under the orders of my empress to investigate the Duke of Zhejiang. Someone reported that the Duke of Zhejiang allowed his subordinates to do some illegal things. However, I'm not familiar with this place. I know that the Meizong sect is more familiar with this place. How about this? You tell me some more clues about this case. Then we won't owe each other anything." Hu Jiao and Hu Lu looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. Li Mu didn't keep his word. He just said that the grudge would be written off. Now he mentioned it again. However, they were still worried about how to avenge the little snake and how to save their compatriots imprisoned by the Duke of Zhejiang. They could use this person. Phantom Princess's eyes flashed. Then she said, "I can help you, but you have to promise me one thing." Li Mu asked, "What is it?" Phantom Princess said, "The Duke of Zhejiang has imprisoned many demons. You have dealt with the Queen of Zhejiang. I want to take these demons away." Li Mu smiled and said, "As long as you're willing to help me, that's easy." Chapter 454. Duke Manor. The Duke of Zhejiang, Xiao Hong, was setting up a banquet. He raised his cup to a tall man in golden armor and said, "Here's a toast to General Liu." The man in golden armor said emotionlessly, "Drinking is forbidden in the Northern Army." The Duke of Zhejiang smiled and said, "This is not the army." The man in golden armor said, "The people are not here, but the military rules are." The Duke of Zhejiang said apologetically, "I didn't know the rules. General Liu, please don't blame me. Men, bring me my precious tea." Very soon, the servants of the regional king's mansion had finished brewing tea and respectfully served it to the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man took a sip of tea and asked, "Does the regional king have any enmity with that fox demon?" The Duke of Zhejiang shook his head and said, "No grudges." "That's strange." The man in golden armor looked at him and said, "If you don't have any grudges, why do they have to find you? The fox demons value grudges very much. If you don't have any grudges with them, how can there be consequences?" The commandery prince of Zhejiang narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "General Liu, you are wrong. The demonic beasts are our enemies. They want to kill me." Should General Liu ask them why? Let's catch the demonic beasts that are disturbing our county and bring peace back to this place. Isn't that what the government and the Northern Army should do? The man in golden armor blew on the tea and didn't refute the Duke of Zhejiang. The second-ranked prince of Zhejiang was right. His duty was to guard the bordering counties, stop the demons from causing trouble, and protect the people of the Zhejiang county. No matter what the second-ranked prince of Zhejiang did, no matter what those demons were hiding, he had to catch those demons and protect the second-ranked prince of Zhejiang. After all, he was the general of the Great Zhou. After a short period of silence, the Duke of Zhejiang said in a regretful tone, "Those 3 fox demons have disappeared for 2 days. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have ordered the county government to hunt them down. I don't know where they are hiding. If they ran back to the Demon Kingdom, wouldn't General Liu's trip be in vain?" The man in golden armor put down his cup and said, "It's not in vain. They're here." As soon as he said that, 2 loud noises came from outside. "What's that sound?" The second-ranked prince of Zhejiang stood up and frowned. Just as he was about to ask his servant, another deep voice resounded through the entire Zhejiang commandery prince's mansion. "Xiao Hong, commandery prince of Zhejiang, get out here." The voice rolled over. The Duke of Zhejiang was stunned for a moment, and then extreme anger appeared on his face. In Zhejiang County, there was actually someone who dared to call him by his name and tell him to get out of the county king's mansion. His face was gloomy as he strode outside. At the same time, at the entrance of the county king's manor, Li Mu looked at the array that enveloped the entire county king's manor after he destroyed the main door. He turned to look at the two head reverends. Without any exchange of words, one of the high consecrators raised his palm and pressed it down. Pop! After a sound similar to a bubble bursting, the entire formation silently disappeared. When Li Mu walked into the county king's manor, there were already several figures rushing toward him. They were all the county king's retainers. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you barge into the regional prince's mansion? You're courting death." The three people at the front were all at the 5th level of cultivation. Facing the group of people who barged into the county king's manor, they did not hesitate to attack. 3 invisible supernatural power attacks came straight at them. A majestic aura gushed out of Li Mu's body and swept forward. The 3 people's attacks disappeared into thin air, and they were forced back a few steps. Behind Li Mu, who Jiao could not help but exclaim, "So powerful." Huan Ji's gaze was complicated. She rarely had a match among her peers until she met Li Mu, the man who would crush her confidence every time. He made her understand that there was always someone better than her. The 3 Zhejiang Commandery Prince's Manor powerhouses looked at the young man in front of them with fearful eyes. This person's strength was beyond their imagination. Then, they saw a few familiar figures behind the young man, and they could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Lord County Governor. The County Governor and County Lieutenant are also here. Who is he? What is he doing here?" The County King's Manor's retainers were often active in Zhejiang County, so they naturally knew the officers in charge of the county yamen. These people represented the imperial court. Ever since the divine capital's Shao royal family suffered great losses, even the county king was much more polite to them than before. But now, they were standing respectfully behind this young man. It seemed like they did not come with good intentions. The 3 of them were fearful and did not dare to do anything for a while. At that moment, Zhejiang Commandery Prince Xiao Hong had already walked out. "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here?" Xiao Hong walked out with a gloomy face. His voice was heard before he even arrived. However, when he saw the figure at the door, his expression changed drastically. Although it was his first time seeing Li Mu, the divine capital's imperial family had sent him a portrait long ago. It said that this person was the emperor's favorite official and had great power in the imperial court. Both the new and old parties had been suppressed by him to the extreme. His cousin, the county governor of Nanyang, had died at the hands of Li Mu. It was because of this person that the old party had lost most of their control over the imperial court in a year. The imperial family warned him that if he met this person, he should avoid him if possible. If he could not avoid him, he should try his best not to provoke him. Xiao Hong did not take this to heart. After all, he was far away in Zhejiang County, which was thousands of miles away from the divine capital. No matter how long Li Mu's hands were, they could not reach him. He did not expect this person to come to his residence today. Although he was furious, Xiao Hong still put on a warm smile on his face. He said, "I've heard a lot about Lord Li. I wanted to make friends with you for a long time, but I never had the chance, seeing that the county governor of Zhejiang was taking the initiative to be friendly." Hu Jiao and Huan Ji's expressions changed slightly. If Li Mu sided with the county governor of Zhejiang now, they would have nowhere to run. If Li Mu was in cahoots with the county governor of Zhejiang, and this was actually a trap for them. At this moment, Phantom Princess's mind was in a mess. She should not have trusted Li Mu so easily. She should not have put herself in danger. She should not have, until Li Mu snorted and said to the county governor of Zhejiang, "Don't try to get close to me. Do I know you? Xiao Hong, you've committed a crime. I'm here today on the orders of the imperial court to bring you to justice." Xiao Heng's eyelids twitched, but he still pretended to be calm. He said, "Lord Li, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I've always been a law-abiding person. Why would the imperial court want to arrest me?" Li Mu said indifferently, "You're heartless. You ordered your retainers to kidnap women for your sexual pleasure. How many innocent women have been harmed? Even if you're a noble, I'll still get rid of this evil for the people." Xiao Hong could already tell that Li Mu did not come with good intentions. Today's matter would not be settled peacefully. His expression changed drastically. He pointed at Phantom Princess and the other two behind Li Mu and said loudly, "Do you see that? The three demons behind him are the three demons wanted by the Imperial Court. This person is in cahoots with the demons. County Governor of Zhejiang, you're helping the demons. Why aren't you taking him down?" The County Governor of Zhejiang was unmoved. They had already verified Li Mu's identity. The two elders beside him were also the most powerful cultivators of the Imperial Court. Who would believe that the Imperial Court did not order the two high priests to accompany him? Even if it was not, he had two sixth realm cultivators with him. Who would dare to go against him? It did not matter if he was sent by the Imperial Court or not. The result was the same. The local government could not get involved, and they could not afford to. Seeing that the county governor of Zhejiang and the others did not move, the county governor of Zhejiang ordered his retainers, "Why aren't you killing this traitor who colluded with the demons?" The retainers of the county governor's residence received the order. Some started to form hand seals, while others activated their Dharma treasures. Li Mu raised his hand. A golden light flew out from his hand and turned into a golden rope. It quickly passed through the crowd of retainers. They felt their waists tighten. Then, the golden rope tied them together. Seeing this, the county governor of Zhejiang's face paled. Without hesitation, he ran to the main hall behind him and shouted, "General Liu, save me!" The man in golden armor suddenly appeared beside him. The county governor of Zhejiang finally saw his savior. He hid behind the man in golden armor and said, "General Liu, save me. This group of traitors wants to rebel against their superiors." Looking at the man in golden armor, Li Mu did not make a move. Li Mu could not see through this person's cultivation at all. This meant that this person's cultivation had surpassed the fifth realm. Judging from his clothes, he should be a powerful cultivator in the army. Other than the Imperial Guards, the Great Zhou's borders near the Ghost Realm, the Yao Nation, and the Southern Kingdoms were all heavily guarded. They were in charge of monitoring foreign enemies and protecting the local people. Li Mu took out his waist token and showed it to the man in golden armor. He said, "Li Mu, a member of the Imperial Secretariat, the deputy commander of the Empress Bamboo Guards, and the commander of the Consecration Department. I have come under the orders of Her Majesty to capture the county governor of Zhejiang, Xiao Hong. General, please step aside." The county governor of Zhejiang shouted, "General Liu, don't listen to him. Look at the three demons beside him. He colluded with demons and brought chaos to this place. His crime is punishable by death." The man in golden armor pondered for a moment. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "Do you have an imperial edict?" Li Mu said, "No, this is an imperial edict from Her Majesty." The man in golden armor said, "He is a noble. Without an imperial edict, I cannot let you take him away. Lord Li, you can go back to the fairies' capital and ask for an imperial edict. I only accept imperial edicts." Li Mu did not make things difficult for the man in golden armor. From the process, what he did was correct. If a person could take a county governor away with just a few words, it meant that there was a loophole in the laws of the Great Zhou. However, he was too lazy to go back to the fairies' capital. He took out the spirit conch and whispered a few words to it. Then, he handed it to the general in golden armor and said, "General, since you don't believe me, I will let Her Majesty talk to you personally." The general in golden armor took the spirit conch and put it to his ear. Hearing the voice from the spirit conch, he was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression immediately became serious. He said solemnly, Yes, okay. I will help Lord Li deal with this matter. I will take my leave." He slowly took the spirit conch from his ear and handed it to Li Mu with both hands. He said, "Lord Li, take care of this treasure. Her Majesty has ordered me to help you deal with the case of the county governor of Zhejiang." The county governor of Zhejiang panicked when his only reinforcements betrayed him. He grabbed the general in golden armor's arm and said in a trembling voice, "It's fake. It's all fake. General Liu, please don't believe me. Please don't believe me." Even though they were far apart, the general in golden armor could feel how powerful the person on the other side of the spirit conch was. The general in golden armor slowly backed away and said, "If you are innocent, You can report this to Lord Li. I believe that the imperial court will give you justice. You can rest assured that even if Lord Li does not have enough evidence, I will protect you. Rest assured? Rest assured my ass. The county governor of Zhejiang was in despair. He knew what he had done. If this happened a year ago, he would not be afraid. Even if the matter was exposed, there were countless people in the fairy's capital who would protect him. However, it was different now. The county governor of Nanyang, his cousin, had committed far fewer crimes than him. In the end, he was beheaded and his body and soul were destroyed. Once the matter of the county governor's mansion was exposed, his life would be over. The county governor of Zhejiang did not hesitate to crush a jade talisman in his hand. His body instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the space outside the county governor's mansion was distorted. He staggered and fell out. He took out a flying boat and was about to escape when he suddenly noticed that the old man who had been standing behind Li Mu in the county governor's mansion was standing at the bow of the boat. He looked at the county governor with a smile and asked, "Where are you going?" In his panic, the county governor of Zhejiang did not even care about the flying boat. He crushed another jade talisman. The next time he appeared, he was dozens of miles away. However, not far ahead, there was a figure waiting for him. It was a man who looked exactly like the old man. He looked at the county governor of Zhejiang indifferently and said, "Don't waste your energy. If I let you escape today, how can I stay in the imperial court in the future?" The county governor of Zhejiang tried to escape, but he was caught by the two great reverends. This time, even the general in golden armor did not bother to pay attention to him. The county governor of Zhejiang refused to admit to his crimes. Due to his status, Li Mu could not take any forceful measures against him before the evidence was conclusive. However, it was different for his retainers. The two great reverends had already gone to arrest him. The results would be out very soon. In this period of time, Li Mu and the general in golden armor had chatted for a while, and they had become familiar with each other. He also learned that this was one of the four great generals of the Great Zhou's Northern Army. He came from White Deer Academy. Apart from the Imperial Army, the Great Zhou also had the four armies of the North, South, East, and West. Of these, the Northern Army was the strongest. The four great generals that guarded this place were all 6th-level cultivators. This was because compared to the three armies, the county governor of Zhejiang guarded by the Northern Army was more dangerous. The Yao Kingdom had always been eyeing the Great Zhou covetously. The threat it posed was even greater than that of the Ghost Realm and the Southern Kingdoms. The general in golden armor smiled and said, "My elder brother once said that this year's martial scholar was skilled in martial arts. At the same level of cultivation, even the bravest and most skilled soldier of the Northern Army might not be able to defeat you. Seeing you today, I know that his words were not exaggerated." Li Mu asked, "Who is your esteemed elder brother?" The general in golden armor said, "My elder brother was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, a family with two fierce generals, and the assistant minister of the Ministry of War had even taught him how to use telekinesis to gather force." Li Mu immediately felt deep veneration. He cupped his hands and said, "My apologies, my apologies." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Mu thought of something and asked, "I have a matter that I would like to ask General Liu about." The general in golden armor smiled and said, "Lord Li, there is no harm in asking." Li Mu asked, "The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, was once sentenced to exile because of a case. What is his current situation?" The general in golden armor shook his head and said, "He was once sent to the Northern Army, but not long after, he disappeared." Li Mu said, "Disappeared?" The general in golden armor nodded and said, "He is very strong. In just 2 months, he made a lot of military contributions. I originally wanted to promote him to deputy general, but 3 months ago, after he destroyed a small Yao kingdom by himself, he completely disappeared and has not been seen since." Li Mu was not worried about Zhou Zhong's disappearance. Until now, he still did not know how much strength Zhou Zhong had hidden. A person like him was strong and could endure. Everything he did was probably calculated by him, so there was no need for others to worry about him. Li Mu and General Liu did not chat for long before the two great reverends came back. Huan Ji and Hu Jio were very familiar with the Zhejiang Commandery Prince and his subordinates. They were the ones who suggested who to arrest first and who to arrest later. Of the 10 great heretical cultivation masters, 4 were already dead. Of the remaining 6, none of them managed to escape. Under the methods of the 2 great reverends, they confessed to their crimes. The Zhejiang Commandery Prince was the instigator. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, his head should be chopped off 100 times. The general in golden armor said, "I did not expect such a thing to happen in Zhejiang Commandery." Huan Ji said coldly, "You all say that we Yao clan are causing trouble for the people of Zhejiang Commandery, but the truth is that we Yao clan are being persecuted by you humans in Zhejiang Commandery. Don't you feel ashamed to say that you want to kill Yao clan?" This time, less than 10% of the victims rescued by the government were humans. More than 90% were Yao clan. The general in golden armor and the officials of Zhejiang Commandery could not answer Huan Ji. The laws of the Great Zhou protected the people of the Great Zhou, not the Yao clan. Although this was the truth, they had a balance in their hearts. What maintained this balance was their conscience as living beings. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Li Mu said, "That's enough. You cannot represent all Yao clan, and the Zhejiang Commandery Prince cannot represent all humans. Your view is too extreme. There are many Yao clan that harm people. Isn't the Imperial Court's investigation of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince a representation of our attitude?" Huan Ji did not argue with Li Mu. She said, "I want to see the Zhejiang Commandery Prince." The general in golden armor said firmly, "Impossible." Although the Zhejiang Commandery Prince was a criminal, he was still a noble. Who knew what this fox demon would do after seeing him? Naturally, he could not let this demon see him. Li Mu glanced at the golden-armored general and said in a low voice, "General Liu, you've seen the miserable state of those demons, haven't you? You also have a wife and a daughter. Think about it. The Commandery Prince of Zhejiang is a scumbag. He has destroyed so many of those demons. If we don't let them spit and slap them in front of him, we will be too inhumane." The general in golden armor thought of the hellish scene in the human world. A ball of anger rose in his heart. He closed his eyes and said, "Lordly is the imperial envoy. Everything is up to you." Li Mu brought Huan Ji to the door of the prison. He said softly, "I only have one request. Don't kill them. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain myself." Huan Ji nodded and said, "I know what to do." Hu 6 and Hu 9 entered the prison. After 15 minutes, they came out. Li Mu asked, "What did you find out?" Huan Ji shook her head and said, "Nothing. But someone did tell him." Hu Jio punched the wall heavily. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's that person. It's that person who killed Little Snake. Don't let me know who he is. Otherwise, I will smash his ass and cut him into pieces." Li Mu patted her shoulder and comforted her. "The dead can't come back to life. My condolences." Hu Jio suddenly looked up at Li Mu and said, "Most humans are hypocritical and shameless. They are greedy and cruel. You are a good person. Why don't you join the Meizong sect? With your ability, you'll have a high position in the Meizong sect." Li Mu said, "I also have a high position in the Great Zhou court." Hu Jio continued to tempt him. "The beauties of the Thousand Fox country are unparalleled. You can marry many. Think about it. Aren't the beauties of the Fox clan beautiful? Aren't the beauties of the Snake clan clingy? There are also the beauties of the Cat clan, the Rabbit clan, the Dog clan." "Stop, stop, stop." Li Mu looked at Hu Jio and asked, "Do you think I am that kind of lecherous person?" Hu Jio asked back, "Aren't you?" Li Mu coughed softly and said, "What I mean is, although I am lustful, I don't want everything. I am loyal to the Empress. I am the Empress's man when I am alive, and the Empress's ghost when I die. You should give up." Hu Jio thought for a moment and said, "You don't like other people, but do you not like Master Phantom Princess? Do you dare to say that you don't like Master Phantom Princess? If you don't like Master Phantom Princess, why are you so nice to us?" Phantom Princess's face darkened. Hu Jio. Li Mu thought that he was very careful in front of Phantom Princess and Hu Jio. He would never let them think that he was Little Snake. But he still neglected a very important point. In order to make up for deceiving Phantom Princess and Hu Jio, Li Mu had been very nice to them these 2 days. Although he often dissed Phantom Princess, he actually indulged her and took care of her to the extreme. He even made an exception to meet her unreasonable requests. As for the real Li Mu, the moment he met Phantom Concubine, he would fight to the death. In comparison, the change in his personality was especially obvious. He had avoided all the small openings, but revealed the biggest one. Hu Jio's question went straight to the point. Phantom Princess didn't realize that when she went back, she might have some associations that Li Mu didn't want her to have. When Li Mu pretended to be Little Snake, he was ravaged by Phantom Princess every day. He massaged her legs, shoulders, and feet. If Phantom Princess knew that Li Mu was Little Snake, Li Mu would have no face in front of her in the future. He absolutely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. There must be a way to explain it. There must be a way to explain it. Li Mu looked at Hu Jio, and an idea flashed in his mind. He simply admitted, "Yes, that's right. I like Phantom Princess, but you found out." Hu Jio was stunned, and Phantom Princess was even more stunned. Li Mu's expression became even more indifferent. He said, "You also know that I'm very lecherous." Chapter 455. In the eyes of Illusion Princess and Hu Jio, Li Mu was just a lecher. He might as well admit it so that his image would not collapse. After striking Hu Jio a few times, Li Mu said to Illusion Princess, "You can choose not to admit it as long as you feel good about it." Illusion Princess snorted and said, "I'm not that stupid fox in your house. I'll repay what I owe you in the future. You want me to repay you with my body? Dream on." Li Mu shrugged and didn't want to argue with her anymore. As long as she did not think that Li Mu was Little Snake, nothing else mattered. He walked into the prison and saw that the Zhejiang Commandery Prince was still alive. It would not affect his return to the fairies' capital. There were many human women imprisoned by the Zhejiang Commandery Prince and his followers. Li Mu had already ordered the local government to contact their families. Illusion Princess, Hu Jio, and Hu Jio were healing some demons. Many female demons were used as cultivation furnaces. They were recklessly harvested and damaged their foundation. Li Mu wanted to help, but these demons were very resistant to humans. He could only watch from the side. The matter of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince was over. General Liu also left the city and returned to the army. The Zhejiang Commandery Prince walked to Li Mu and said, "Lord Li, we've contacted most of the victims' families. Some of them did not have families and refused the government's arrangements. They wanted to follow the fox demon." Li Mu sighed and said, "Let them make their own decisions." After going through such a thing, it was hard for them to have any good feelings towards the government. They had not gone through their sufferings and had no right to interfere with their decisions. The Zhejiang Commandery Prince's mansion was temporarily used to house the victims. Illusion Princess was healing them, but her mana was limited. Soon, she overdrew her mana and was forcefully helped by Hu Lu to a room to rest. When Li Mu walked into the room, she was lying on the table and sleeping soundly. She was holding 2 spiritual jades in her hand to recover her mana. Li Mu let out a sigh of relief. Now, this matter was finally over. From then on, there was no more Little Snake Wu Yanzu. There was only the great Zhou's Li Mu. He turned around and left. When he reached the door, the sleeping Phantom Princess murmured, "Little Snake, don't go. Help me rub my shoulders. I'm so tired." Li Mu paused for a moment. After a long silence, he sighed. When Huan Ji woke up, her eyes were a little dazed. In her dream, she vaguely felt a pair of hands gently kneading her shoulders. It was very comfortable. When she woke up, there was nothing behind her. This made her suspect that it was an illusion. Hu Lu walked in from outside and said, "Master Illusion Princess, you're awake." Illusion Princess asked, "Who just came in?" Hu Lu snorted and said, "That blind man." Illusion Princess knew that she was talking about Li Mu. She then realized that this pervert didn't take advantage of her while she was sleeping, right? She didn't know if he had touched any other places besides her shoulders. Fantasy Princess lowered her head to look at her chest and then turned back to look at her round and perky breasts. She couldn't remember if anyone had touched her there before. She stood up and asked angrily, "Where is he?" Hulu said, "He left." Illusion Princess was stunned and asked, "Where did he go?" "He should have returned to the great Zhou's Shandu." Hulu's expression was a little complicated. When he left, he said that the Zhejiang County King's matter was the Imperial Court's fault. So, Master Illusion Princess doesn't owe him anything and doesn't need to repay him with your body. Illusion Princess snorted and said, "In his dreams." "Who said I was going to repay him with my body?" Hulu said, "Also, before he left, he asked the Zhejiang County King's officials to escort us back. This is the first time I've seen a human like this. Is he doing all this just because he wants Master Illusion Princess's body?" Illusion Princess didn't want to think about this and said, "Let Hu Jio prepare. Let's go back. I don't want to stay here for another minute." After leaving Zhejiang County, Li Mu buried everything that happened in the past few months in his heart. He didn't want to mention it to anyone. He wanted to return to Mount Baiyun and tell Xiao by the cultivation method of the fox race. Then, he wanted to spend some time with Lu Hanyin and Li Qing. He hoped that they weren't in seclusion. Just as he rose into the air, two figures blocked his path. Li Mu glanced at the two high priests and asked, "What are you doing?" One high priest said, "Her Majesty ordered that Master Li must return to the Shun due immediately after dealing with Zhejiang County King's matter." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You guys go back first. I'll be back soon. I need to go back to Mount Baiyun first." The two high priests didn't move. Li Mu frowned and said, "What is the meaning of this?" The other high priest said, "We can't go against Her Majesty's orders. Master Li, please excuse us. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Don't come over. Do you still want your heavenly secret talisman? At least let me pick someone up." Li Mu tried his best to persuade the two old men to let him go back to Mount Baiyun to pick up Wan and Xiao Bai. As for the idea of spending some time with Lu Hanyin and Li Qing, it was ruined. However, the two of them were in seclusion, so Li Mu didn't feel that it was a pity. The two girls' current cultivation bases weren't achieved step by step. As the core disciples of Fulu School and the future head of the school, they had a lot of homework to catch up on in the next few years. Poor Li Mu was no longer a single dog, but he was still living the life of a single dog. Fortunately, he had a strong will. Normal men wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of cat girls, rabbit girls, beautiful fox demons, and clingy snake girls. They would have been persuaded by Hu Jio to betray him. In a sense, Li Mu and the Empress were both pitiful people. One of them had a husband who died a long time ago, while the other was separated from his wife. If it weren't for their status and self-control, who knew what kind of sparks would fly between them after spending so much time together? Xiao Bai had already started cultivating according to the new method. On the flying boat to the divine capital, Li Mu looked at Wan and Xiao Bai, who was laughing and playing with each other. He couldn't help but think of Phantom Princess and the days when he was undercover in Thousand Fox Nation. There were no conspiracies, no schemes, and no schemes. Those were the days he missed Thousand Fox Nation. Phantom Princess spent a few days settling down the demons and human female cultivators she rescued from Zhejiang County. Then, she dragged her exhausted body back to her residence. Her magic power and body were overused. Even with her cultivation base, she felt physically and mentally exhausted at this moment. It was already late at night. She walked to her courtyard and sat on a stone chair. She said subconsciously, "Little snake, come and help me massage my back." There was no response for a long time. Phantom Princess said again, "Little." Her voice gradually trailed off and finally disappeared completely. Only a long sigh was left in the silent courtyard. At the same time, in Thousand Fox Nation's imperial palace, Bai Xian was pacing in his palace with a displeased expression. He snorted coldly. "I thought the Duke of Zhejiang was powerful. He's simply a piece of trash among trash. He let them escape," a servant behind him said. "I've already asked around. If it wasn't for that damn snake, Hu Jio and the others wouldn't have survived this time." Bai Xian said, "I've long disliked that snake. It's good that he's dead. Next time, no one will ruin our plans. However, if Junior's sister dies like this, it'll be a pity. The heavenly fox bloodline in her body is so thick that even Master can't compare to it. If I can dual cultivate with her, it'll be very beneficial for me. He tidied up his clothes and smiled. She almost died this time. As her senior brother, I should go and see her. Phantom Princess Residence. Phantom Princess sat in the courtyard and said lightly, I'm fine. Crown Prince, please go back. I need a rest. Bai Xian stood outside the courtyard and said, Junior sister, rest well. I'll go back first. He didn't even step into the courtyard. Bai Xian returned to the palace with a gloomy face. When he returned to his bedroom, he saw a black figure standing in the hall. His expression immediately became respectful. He bowed and said, Envoy, what are your orders? The black figure asked eerily, You should know where Heaven Lord of Illusion is in seclusion, right? Bai Xian's eyelids twitched. He quickly smiled and said, This seclusion is very important to him. Although he didn't tell me the exact location, there are only a few. If I search one by one, I'll find it. Chapter 456. Li Mu had just finished his undercover life in Qinhu Nation. After returning to Chengdu, he began to busy himself with official business again. The first thing he had to deal with was the Empress's backlog of memorials. If the Empress was judged by the Emperor's standards, she was definitely a fatuous ruler. Li Mu was a censor in the Imperial Secretariat, but he was ordered to be a head eunuch by her. She read books and planted flowers every day. It was too easy to be an emperor. After returning from Zhejiang County, Li Mu no longer had to worry about his identity being exposed. Shangwan Li and Mr. Mei had already found out the two palace maids who were on duty near Changle Palace. They had been secretly providing information for Meizong all this time. They were the ones who leaked the news of Li Mu sleeping in the palace to Meizong. His reputation with the Empress was also damaged because of this. Hu Jiu still thought that Li Mu was an LSP and had an affair with the Empress. They had maintained an improper relationship for a long time. In the Imperial Clan Temple, the internal guards and the Imperial Clan Temple were interrogating the two palace maids. These two palace maids had been in the palace for 7 or 8 years. They were selected to enter the palace during the time of the former emperor. This meant that Meizong knew everything that happened in the palace during these 7 or 8 years. They even knew which concubine the former emperor slept with, how many times he slept with her, and how long he lasted each time. In the court, Zhang Chun patted the gavel and asked, Who else do you have in Chengdu? Tell me honestly, so that you don't have to suffer the pain of soul-searching. The two palace maids lowered their heads and looked indifferent. They were not afraid of Zhang Chun's threat at all. Mr. Mei sighed and said, You are also citizens of the Great Zhou. You are human women. Why do you work for the demon sect? One of the palace maids looked up and sneered. The demon sect was called by you. In our eyes, you are the demons. Mr. Mei shook his head and said to Li Mu, It seems that they have been brainwashed by Meizong. Li Mu did not agree with Mr. Mei's words. He had been undercover in Meizong for a few months and knew Meizong's methods. Meizong would not brainwash the spies because those who could be brainwashed were usually not very bright. And those who were not very bright could not be spies. Meizong would not take them seriously at all. When they chose people, the first thing they had to do was to be good-looking. Secondly, they had to be smart. Those who chose to join the Meizong sect, other than those who harbored evil intentions, no matter if they were humans or demons, they would definitely hate the imperial court from the bottom of their hearts. The two palace maids did not cooperate at all, so Zhang Chun could only forcibly search their souls. The process of soul-searching was very painful. The two palace maids were mortals who had never cultivated. After Zhang Chun finished soul-searching, they fainted. Zhang Chun had a complicated expression on his face after he was done with the soul search. He was no longer as stern and unyielding as before. Mr. Mei asked, Have you found their accomplices? Zhang Chun shook his head and said, No, they are in one-way contact. They don't know anything other than collecting information. Li Mu was familiar with Zhang Chun and knew that his expression was definitely not, because he did not find any useful information. He looked at Zhang Chun and asked, Is there anything else? Zhang Chun sighed and said, "It's a sin. He uses magic to share the information he found with everyone." After a while, Li Mu knew the cause and effect of the matter. These two women were both from Zhejiang County. They were originally young ladies of a big family and had lived a carefree life. Later, they were abducted by the heretic practitioners and locked in a hidden underground palace. They were subjected to sexual abuse and became the cultivation furnaces for the cultivators. They lived in darkness for several months until the people of Meizong's sect found them. They killed the heretic practitioners and destroyed the underground palace. They saved the demon clans who were also being humiliated in the underground palace and saved them. After that, the two of them joined Meizong. They were good-looking and came from big families. After Meizong helped them reconstruct their bodies, they easily passed the selection of the late emperor and became palace maids. They had been hiding in the palace. The reason why they hated the imperial court was that the culprit who caused their miserable experience was the local county magistrate, an official of the imperial court. The miserable experience of those months buried an unresolvable hatred in their hearts. They naturally transferred this hatred to the Great Zhou court. In the court, Mr. Mei and Shang Wanli did not speak, but their fists were clenched. The people of the Great Zhou were destroyed by these bastards. Zhang Chun sighed and asked, "How should we deal with these two?" According to the law, the two of them would definitely die if they went undercover in the palace of the Great Zhou. Li Mu thought for a while and said, "Let's lock them up first. If our spies are discovered, we'll exchange them." "That's a good idea." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "Take them away first." After leaving the Zongjing temple, Li Mu thought about a problem. The human race and the demon race were not two incompatible races. The reason for such a serious conflict was largely related to the imperial court's attitude toward the demon race. Many heretical cultivation were worried that the imperial court would investigate, so they did not dare to attack the people of the Great Zhou. Therefore, they targeted the demons. The demon race did not have a country as powerful as the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou court also did not protect the demon race. Moreover, the demons were generally successful in cultivation and were more valuable than humans. Not only would the heretical cultivation kill the demon race without restraint, but even some righteous cultivators would kill the demon race for their souls and demon cores to cultivate in the name of killing demons and enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. If the imperial court treated the people and the demon race equally and protected the law-abiding demon race in the Great Zhou, the demons' hatred toward the Great Zhou would certainly weaken. The demons would cause less chaos everywhere, and the place would be more stable. It would also be beneficial for the unity of the people's hearts. In fact, when he was in Zhejiang County, Li Mu had already thought about this. If the Great Zhou court could do this, what reason would the Phantom Princess have to overthrow the imperial court? If they lost the righteousness, they would lose some. However, this decree was unprecedented in the history of dynasties. The resistance to its implementation would certainly be great. It was not something that could be taken for granted. He had to consider it thoroughly. In the Changle Palace, Li Mu was reading memorials while thinking about this matter. Zhou, he leaned on the dragon throne and read. When she flipped the pages, she would sneak a glance at Li Mu. Ever since she found out that the vixen of the Thousand Fox Kingdom ordered her favorite official around like a servant, she felt unbalanced in her heart. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, she could not go to the Thousand Fox Kingdom to cause trouble for that vixen. However, what that vixen had, she had to have. What that vixen did not have, she also had to have. She admitted that she could not win against Lu. After all, she was Li Mu's wife. However, she was the empress of a country. She could not lose to a vixen. She put down the book and rubbed her shoulders. She said lightly, "After sitting for so long, my shoulders are sore." Shang Wanli was about to step forward when Mr. Mei grabbed her wrist and said, "Ali, come with me for a moment. I have something important to tell you." Shang Wanli was forcefully dragged out. Li Mu finished reading the last memorial. He put down his brush and sighed in his heart. Women were so pretentious. Even the Empress was no exception. She was a seventh realm cultivator. Even if she sat there for 10 days, half a month, or even 8 to 10 years, her shoulders would not ache at all, let alone sitting for less than an hour. Li Mu spent even more time reading memorials than she did. Although he was dizzy from reading them, his body did not feel tired at all. She only read books and planted flowers every day. What was so tiring about it? But then again, whether her body was tired or not was completely different from whether she felt comfortable rubbing her shoulders. Who didn't want to be waited on by others? The Empress reminded him that a few days ago, he was the one waiting on others. Now, it was time for him to enjoy himself. He would go back now and let Wanwan and Xiao Bai massage his shoulders and legs. He would experience the joy of being a fantasy princess. Thinking of this, Li Mu could not wait any longer. He stood up and said, "I've finished reading the memorials. Your Majesty can take a look at them. I'll go back first." With that, he turned and walked out of Changle Palace. At the entrance of Changle Palace, Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu in surprise. He asked, "Why did you come out?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "I've finished reading the memorials. I'm a little tired. When I go back, I'll let Xiao Bai and Wanwan massage me." Mr. Mei looked at him blankly. Li Mu waved at the two of them and said, "See you later." Chapter 457. In order to avoid being criticized again, Li Mu did not stay in Changle Palace for long after he returned. This way, even if the demon sect still had spies in the palace, they would only think that the Empress thought highly of him and would often summon him to Changle Palace to discuss matters of state. They would not spread rumors that he had an affair with the Empress and was a gigolo she kept in the palace. In the Li residence, Wanwan and Xiao Bai were in the front and back respectively. Li Mu lay comfortably on a chair, enjoying the service of their little hands. Although he was comfortable, Li Mu could not help but feel a trace of melancholy in his heart. The residence was too big and had countless rooms. There were only 3 of them, and they only slept in one room and one bed. The huge residence seemed especially cold and cheerless. In short, the residence lacked a mistress. Just as this thought arose, Li Mu's vision blurred, and a figure appeared in the courtyard. Xiao Bai's eyes curved as she giggled and said, "Sister Zhou, you're here." Wanwan stared at a box in the Empress's hand and asked curiously, "Sister Zhou, what are you holding in your hand?" Zhou handed the box to her and said, "This is a new type of pastry that the imperial chef developed. It tastes pretty good, try it." Wanwan did not have time to massage Li Mu's legs. She hugged the box and ran to the stone table with Xiao Bai, impatiently trying out the new pastry developed by the imperial chef. Li Mu, who had not yet reacted, was still lying comfortably on a chair. Zhou glanced at him and asked, "Are you waiting for me to massage your legs and shoulders?" The Empress was standing, so Li Mu did not dare to lie down. He immediately flipped over and said, "Your Majesty, please." When the Empress lay down where he had been lying, Li Mu realized that the two of them were standing in an inappropriate position. The Empress was standing, and he could not lie down. Otherwise, it would seem like he was waiting for the Empress to serve him. However, the Empress was lying down while he was standing. Some things could be seen clearly from a bird's eye view. Li Mu didn't even dare to lower his head. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Mu's mind. He walked behind the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, aren't your shoulders a bit sore? Why don't I give Her Majesty a massage? Your Majesty's shoulder massaging technique is not bad." "Zhou," he said faintly, "you must have gotten familiar with that vixen when you were in Thousand Fox Country. Back in the palace, I didn't see you being so attentive to me. I didn't expect my subject to be trained by a vixen." Li Mu was startled, and a thought flashed through his mind. The Empress was obviously jealous of Phantom Princess. When he was in Changle Palace, he only wanted to come back and find Wanwan and Xiao Bai. He didn't realize that the Empress was hinting at him. This wasn't the first time Li Mu noticed that the Empress had a strong possessive desire for him. This didn't mean that the Empress had fallen in love with him. Possessiveness was human nature. She wasn't the only one who wanted to possess Li Mu. Li Mu also wanted to possess her, not to mention anything else. If the Empress had another subject who was as good to him as she was to herself, Li Mu wouldn't feel comfortable in his heart. Li Mu secretly broke into a cold sweat for himself. Fortunately, he came to his senses early. If he persisted until night fell, he would inevitably be beaten up in his dreams. Zhou, he looked quite domineering, but she was actually more of a woman than anyone else. She would never say what was on her mind. Instead, she would let Li Mu guess it himself. If he guessed it right, everyone would be happy. If he guessed wrong, she would vent her anger in his dreams. It must be because she didn't enjoy the same treatment as Phantom Princess. Her tone was as if she had drunk an entire jar of aged vinegar. Li Mu took the initiative to put his hands on her shoulders. He rubbed here and there and finally calmed her down. She lay there comfortably and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't speak anymore. At a certain moment, Li Mu said softly, "There's an important matter that I would like to discuss with your majesty." Zhou, he closed her eyes and said, "Speak." Li Mu organized his words and said, "This time, when I was undercover in Xinhu country, I discovered something. The reason why most of the demons hate the Great Zhou and hate humans is because of the unfairness between humans and demons in the Great Zhou. When demons harm humans, they will be destroyed by the imperial court. However, humans can kill demons wantonly, take their souls, and steal their monster cores. They can even do crueler things to demons. This is actually the root of the conflict between humans and demons. If we want to improve the relationship between humans and demons and promote the stability of the counties, we can only pass the imperial court's legislation." Zhou Yi's eyes were still closed. She said, "Most of the courtiers and even the common people have an inexorable prejudice against demons. Many people will oppose this matter." Li Mu said, "I think that the people of the 36 counties are the people of the Great Zhou. In the Great Zhou, the demons who abide by the laws are also the people of the Great Zhou. Although the demons are not as numerous as the common people, they can develop intelligence or take human form. They all have cultivation, and the power they produce is far greater than that of the common people. If the demons in the Great Zhou are united, they will condense the Emperor's chi faster, and your majesty will be able to escape as soon as possible." Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly opened. She looked around and said, "Since you think it's right, then do it boldly. I will always be behind you, Morning Court." An official's spittle flew everywhere. Absurd, simply absurd. What does the life and death of the demons have to do with the court? The court is the court of the common people, not the court of the demons. If they even have to care about the matters of the demons, then how busy will the local officials be? How many cultivators make a living by killing demons? Won't the court become the enemy of those cultivators? A different voice said, "Lord Yan's words are wrong. In this way, the demons will certainly hate the court much less. It will be beneficial in easing the conflict between humans and demons." I agree. Humans and demons are all living creatures. If the demons are willing to abide by the laws, then the Great Zhou may be able to accept them. Our Great Zhou's celestial empire must have the magnanimity of a celestial empire. Another official stood up and said, "Lord Yan's words make sense. The counties can't even manage their own matters. How can they have the time to care about the demons?" Another person agreed. "This is the biggest joke in the world. Our human court is making decisions for the demons. How will the demon kingdom view us? How will the Shin kingdom and the Yong kingdom view us? Our Great Zhou will become the joke of all the other countries. The court is protecting the demons. This is simply unprecedented. I object. I also object." Once this topic was raised, it caused a strong reaction in the court. Although a few officials agreed at the beginning, they were quickly drowned out by voices of opposition. There were even officials who stood up and questioned, "Just whose suggestion was it? Stand up and let everyone see." Li Mu slowly walked out and said, "It was me." As he walked out, the voices of discussion in the court gradually quieted down. Finally, they completely disappeared. You could hear a pin drop. Although Li Mu often did not attend court for several months, no one dared to look down on him. Both the old and new factions combined had been defeated by Li Mu. The students of the academy had been arrogant for a while, but now they were as obedient as sheep. Even the Zhou clan and the Xiao clan, after their successive defeats, had to avoid the sharp edge, not daring to oppose Li Mu directly. The official who had just asked Li Mu to stand up stood in a daze. He was completely stupefied. In this instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It was over. He did not expect that the person he had attacked was Li Mu. After court, he would definitely suffer the revenge of this powerful official of the Great Zhou. The beautiful concubine he had just married would probably not be able to sleep for more than a few nights. The new house that he had just lived in for a year would also become someone else's after it was confiscated. He would probably have to sleep in a cemetery with excellent feng shui that he had chosen for his old father in his hometown, Nanjun. A moment later, the official wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said seriously, "Lord Li's suggestion is truly wonderful. Not only can this move alleviate the conflict between humans and demons, it can also stabilize the various prefectures, and it can also subtly divide the demon kingdom. This official's respect for Lord Li is like a torrential river, endless and unending. It is also like an overflowing river, unable to be controlled once it starts flowing. With Lord Li in the imperial court, it is truly the blessing of the great Zhou dynasty and the common people." Another official who had objected looked at this person with disdain. He strode out and said with righteous indignation, "Demon race. So what if they are demons? Demons are also born and raised by their parents. As long as they are in the Great Zhou, they're the people of the Great Zhou. I have long disliked those cultivators with evil intentions. Uniting the demon race can strengthen the national strength of the Great Zhou. I strongly recommend that the Department of Worship recruit some demon experts. The various yamans should also eliminate discrimination and fully utilize the role of demons. Using demons to control demons can greatly reduce the pressure on the local yamans to govern the areas under their jurisdiction. The Ministry of Revenue can register these demons as demon citizens. The demon citizens are also the people of the Great Zhou and are protected by the laws of the Great Zhou. They also have to bear the responsibility of protecting the country. At some point, the officials in the court no longer objected to this matter. Instead, they began to make plans for the implementation of this matter. After brainstorming and discussing for a while, everyone unexpectedly discovered that the benefits of uniting the demon race seemed to far outweigh the disadvantages. It could even create a new structure that had never been seen since the establishment of the Great Zhou. Chapter 458. Li Mu thought that this proposal would be opposed by many, but he did not expect the court officials to be so reasonable. The officials of the various departments spoke one after another about the plan to incorporate the demons in the Great Zhou. They also put forward many constructive suggestions, many of which even Li Mu himself did not think of. After the court, these suggestions could be sorted out and modified, and then directly promulgated. Of course, there were some officials who expressed their concerns. The conflict between humans and demons had been going on for a long time. It was not something that could be easily resolved by promulgating a law. The common people had a natural fear of demons. This law might cause panic among the common people, which was not conducive to the unity of the people's hearts. This matter was of great importance. After the Hall of Secretaries drafted the regulations, the Minxiao province did not immediately agree. Instead, they first spread the news and observed the reactions of the common people in Luoyang. After the news of this case spread out of the palace, it immediately caused widespread discussion among the common people. To be more precise, it caused widespread concern among the common people. Humans and demons were different. In the eyes of most people, demons were powerful and cruel. Even when adults scared children, they would be captured by demons if they disobeyed. What did the imperial court mean by this? On the streets of Luoyang, a group of people gathered. What, there's such a thing? If the imperial court is so free, why are they protecting those demons? Demons are always causing trouble and harming the common people. The government is not protecting the common people, but them? I wonder who came up with this bad idea. Could he be a spy sent by the demons? The imperial court should really investigate him. An insider said, I heard it was Lord Li who suggested it. Everyone asked, which Lord Li? That person said, of course it's young Lord Li. There were many officials in the imperial court with the surname Li, but there was only one person who could be called Lord Li by the common people. The person who suspected that the official who made the suggestion was a spy for the demons was stunned. Then, he slapped his mouth and cursed. Damn it! How could I suspect Lord Li? Since Lord Li suggested it, he must have his reasons for it. Someone said, it said that protecting the demons is to stop them from hating the imperial court. If the demons don't hate the imperial court, they naturally won't cause trouble and harm the common people. After everyone thought about it, they felt that what he said made sense. I see. Lord Li is really far-sighted. So Lord Li is still thinking for us, the common people. That's right. Do you think that Lord Li is the same as those fellows in the imperial court who do nothing? The people of Shun do trusted Li Mu unconditionally. After figuring out the reason behind this, the people started to talk about it. Actually, demons aren't that scary. They'll be the same as us even if they turn into humans. Maybe we already have demons around us. The books say that snake demons' legs are the best at clinging to people. Actually, I've wanted to try it for a long time. I want to see how seductive a vixen is. I wonder if there's any way for my cat to become a spirit. The officials of the Minxiao province mixed in with the crowd to listen in on the situation. One of them clicked his tongue and asked, let's be frank, I really want to see the legs of a snake demon. Another person said expectantly, I wonder if the imperial court allows officials to marry demons. To be honest, I want to marry a fox spirit. I saved a fox 2 years ago. Last month, it cultivated into a human form and came to me to repay my kindness. The taste of a fox spirit is really unforgettable. The person beside her was puzzled. Didn't you say that it was a male fox? That person said, I didn't say it was a female either. The two of them chatted for a while and realized that they had seriously strayed from the topic. They were ordered to listen in on the situation of the people. The Lord Attendant wanted to know what the people thought about this matter. However, after walking 2 streets, they didn't hear much criticism. Instead, many people were discussing whether the snake demon's legs were clinging to people or whether the fox spirit was seductive. This actually revealed a very important piece of information. The people had great trust in Li Mu. What was certain was that if the same proposal was proposed by them or other officials, they would definitely be scolded to death by the people. However, if it was proposed by Li Mu, the result was completely different. He had completely won the trust of the people. The two of them sighed as they returned to the secretariat and reported what they had seen and heard. The left attendant sighed and said, this kind of person is too scary. With his own strength, he hijacked the people's will. If he wholeheartedly serves the Great Zhou, it will be a blessing for the Great Zhou. If he has disloyalty, it will be a disaster for the Great Zhou. If the previous emperor was still alive, he would definitely not allow such a person to exist. The right attendant sighed and said, but the empress is not the previous emperor. Of all the officials in the court, she only has eyes for Li Mu. She leaves all the court matters to him. Ever since Li Mu returned to Luoyang, the Chang'e Palace no longer has a backlog of memorials, the left attendant said. But I have to say that this person is indeed a great talent in governing the country. After 2 dynasties of decline, the Great Zhou was able to recover so quickly and even become stronger. It can almost be said that it is his work alone. The right attendant's eyes shone with a strange light. He said, at first glance, the plan to take in the demon clan was a waste of the court's energy. But after careful consideration, is simply wonderful. If the demon clan and the Great Zhou can be used by the court, the local counties will become unprecedentedly strong and cohesive. For this, even if we have to pay some price, it is worth it, the left attendant said. Now, I actually hope that Her Majesty can continue to sit on the throne. The Great Zhou has been reborn with great difficulty. If after another setback, the other countries will become disloyal again, and the Demon Kingdom and Ghost Realm will take advantage of the situation to invade. The fate of the Great Zhou for hundreds of years will come to an end. The right attendant had a doubtful expression and asked, What do you think Her Majesty is thinking? Until now, she has not revealed any information about who she wants to pass the throne to. I'm afraid that the Shao clan and the Zhou clan are not sure. The left attendant pondered for a moment and muttered, "Do you think there is another possibility?" The two of them looked at each other. Their minds were already connected. The following conversation was completely carried out through telepathy. The Li residence. The development of the matter was far smoother than Li Mu had imagined. Not only did the courtiers not show any overwhelming opposition, even though some of the commoners were panicking, they still believed in the court and Li Mu. This was due to the trust he had built up with them over the past 2 years. There was another reason that Li Mu hadn't thought of. Due to the popularity of strange stories from Strange Story, many novel authors rushed to imitate the plot style of strange stories from Strange Story. Thus, starting about a year ago, the story of a young man who had a fortuitous encounter and cultivated diligently, slaying demons and eliminating evils for the people, and finally becoming a powerhouse of a generation, was no longer popular with most readers. Men preferred the romance between human beings and demonic ghosts. Some of the works aimed at women were even more explicit and bold. Whether it was an unmarried girl or a married woman, they would more or less have 1 or 2 such books under their pillows or at the bottom of their dowry boxes. A snake demon's legs were the most clingy, and a fox demon's legs were the most seductive in bed. Jokes like these also came from these YY novels. It was true that fox demons were seductive. Xiao Bai would often inadvertently seduce Li Mu until he felt hot all over and had to use the clear heart technique to resist. As for whether a snake demon's legs were the most clingy, Li Mu didn't know. In any case, the Empress was quite clingy. Although he didn't live in Changle Palace anymore, the Empress treated this place as her home. When she was here, Li Mu had to carefully serve her. She lay on his chair, drank his tea, held his niece, and even let Li Mu massage her back and shoulders. Li Mu used to hope that he could replace Shangguan Li's position, and now he really did. In the past, it was she who served the Empress, and now it was Li Mu. There was a knock on the door. Li Mu removed his hand from the Empress's body and walked to the door. Just as he opened the door, a green figure pounced on him. The girl in the green dress hooked her arms around Li Mu's neck and hung herself on him. Her 2 slender legs were tightly wrapped around Li Mu's waist. She happily said, "Uncle, my sister and I are here to seek shelter from you." Li Mu sighed in his heart. A snake demon's legs were indeed clingy. Hu Jiuqing didn't lie to him. Chapter 459. It was true that the snake demon's legs were the most clingy. Li Mu spent a lot of effort to remove Bai Tingxin from his body. After 2 years of not seeing each other, the 2 sisters had grown even more beautiful. One was wearing a white dress, while the other was wearing a green dress. Their figures were also slightly taller as they stood at the entrance of the Li residence. Li Mu looked around and asked, "Where are your parents?" Bai Tingxin said angrily, "Humph, they were traveling around the continent. They thought we were a burden, so they sent us back to the North County to cultivate. Sister said she missed you and insisted on coming here to find you. I could only follow her." Bai Tingxin twisted her ear and said angrily, "Who was the one who made a fuss about coming to the fairies' capital? How dare you talk about me?" Li Mu said helplessly, all right, come in first." This time, the White Demon King and his wife did not come. Only the 2 sisters came. Li Mu was secretly worried for them. These 2 nieces were really daring. Snake demons and fox demons were the favorite of those heretical cultivation. Even 5th realm experts were often captured, let alone these 2 little demons who had just condensed their demon cores. They were lucky to have come here safely. Bai Tingxin walked into the courtyard first and asked, "Are the aunts at home?" Li Mu said, "No, they are at Mount Baiyun." That's good." Bai Tingxin was secretly delighted. She muttered softly. Then she was stunned and asked, "They are?" Li Mu did not explain too much. He only said, "You have 2 aunts now." Bai Tingxin looked at the other beautiful woman standing in the courtyard and said blankly, "Is this 3rd aunt?" Li Mu said with a serious expression, "Don't be rude. This is Her Majesty, the Empress of the Great Zhou." Zhou Yi only glanced at Bai Tingxin indifferently. She was so scared that she hid behind Li Mu and looked at the Empress with frightened eyes. She grew up in the mountains and was like a little princess at home. She could get whatever she wanted. She did not feel anything about being called the Empress of the Great Zhou. She only vaguely felt that this beautiful woman was very powerful. She was so powerful that she could crush her with her little finger. Li Mu walked to the Empress and introduced, "Your Majesty, these two are the daughters of my sworn brother. The wild demons do not know the rules. Please forgive them, Your Majesty." Wanwan and Xiao Bai also ran over from the side and said happily, "Sister White Snake, Sister Green Snake, you are here." Li Mu felt that the house was too quiet just now. Now it was so lively that it gave him a headache. Wanwan and Xiao Bai were not talkative. Inxin used to be lively, but after condensing the Yao core, she gradually became a lady snake. Only Tingxin was crazy. Li Mu thought that she would restrain herself after condensing the Yao core. He did not expect that after her cultivation improved, she became more lively. Even Wanwan and Xiao Bai were affected. However, there were benefits to being noisy. At least the house was more lively. Because of the sisters, Li Mu added a few more dishes. After dinner, Li Mu gave them a stack of banknotes. Wanwan and Xiao Bai took them to the streets to sweep. Demons from remote places needed some time to adapt to Shundu for the first time. When Li Mu was washing the dishes in the kitchen, the Empress stood in the courtyard and said, "Your nieces are not ordinary snake demons." Li Mu explained while washing the dishes, "Your Majesty, their father is from the snake race, and their mother is from the dragon race. They have half of the dragon race's bloodline." Zhou Yi said, "No wonder you don't hate the demon race. There are more demons in your family than humans." Li Mu explained awkwardly, "Humans are divided into good and bad people. Demons are also divided into good and evil demons. They cannot be lumped together." Little Bai Wanwan had gone shopping with the Bai sisters. She probably wouldn't return until nightfall. The Empress rolled up her sleeves and brought Li Mu back to the palace. There were still some details to be discussed in the Imperial Secretariat regarding the incorporation of the demonic beasts. With the help of the officials, the general policy was formulated. After reading it, Li Mu found that there were no problems. He went to Changle Palace and continued to help the Empress read the memorials. After reading a few memorials, Li Mu saw the one from Zhejiang County. After the case of the second-rank prince of Zhejiang was exposed, his followers were either banished to the army or exiled. As for the second-rank prince of Zhejiang, he was a member of a Shao royal family. If they wanted to determine his life or death, they would have to go through the procedures of the Ministry of Justice, the Ancestral Temple, and the 3 provinces. They would have to carefully examine the evidence of his crimes. Li Mu frowned when he flipped open the letter and read its contents. The memorial said that Zhejiang County's king had committed suicide in prison. During this time, he had been imprisoned in Zhejiang County's prison. 3 days ago, the jailer found him dead in his cell. The cause of death was the dissipation of his primordial spirit. After the investigation, the conclusion was that Zhejiang County's king knew that he would die for his crimes. To avoid suffering, he committed suicide. Since he would die sooner or later, he would not waste the imperial court's resources by doing it himself. Li Mu put down the memorial and stopped paying attention to the matter. At the same time, Divine Capital's southern court, King Ping's residence. There were 7 princes in the Divine Capital. King Ping was the most senior among them. He was also the pillar of the royal family and the old party. In King Ping's study, Xiao Ziyu said slowly, "The 3 provinces have all approved the proposal to incorporate the demons in the Great Zhou. Any demon that enters the Great Zhou will be protected by the laws of the Great Zhou. Killing demons is the same as slaughtering the citizens of the Great Zhou. The prefectures and the consecration department can't just sit by and watch." King Ping said calmly, "I understand. You may leave." Xiao Ziyu cupped his fists and left. In the shadows of the study, a black shadow gradually formed and whispered, "Master, I've dealt with Xiao Hong according to your instructions." King Ping snorted and said, "You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. You almost ruined everything. The Black Shadow said slowly, if demons are going to become citizens of the Great Zhou, it won't be so easy to attack them in the future. We must stop the Imperial Court from pushing this. King Ping waved his hand and said, forget it. Let's not provoke that person. We've lost 3 years of fighting with the Zhou clan. Why don't we fight with him for 3 months? It's better not to provoke him. When he hits a wall, he'll give up. When Li Mu returned from the palace, Wan and Xiao Bai had already returned. The sisters, Xin and Ting were choosing their rooms. Li Mu asked, does Brother Bai know that you've come to the divine capital? Bai Ting snorted and said, he only has eyes for my mother. He can't be bothered with us. Li Mu shook his head and said, no matter what, we still have to tell him. Bai Ting pouted. If I don't, he'll get the other uncles to capture us. Li Mu said, be good. I'll tell him when the time comes. Bai Ting reluctantly took out a conch. After activating it, she said a few words to the conch and then handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu took the conch. Li Mu heard the White Demon King's apologetic voice. Third brother, I'm really sorry. These 2 girls have troubled you. I'll get someone to bring them back in a few days. Li Mu smiled and said, no need. If they're willing to stay here, then they can cultivate here. Staying here is beneficial to their cultivation. The White Demon King laughed and said, then I'll leave it to you. If they're disobedient, you can discipline them on my behalf. Especially Ting. Discipline her when you need to. Don't spoil her. After exchanging a few more words with the White Demon King, Li Mu returned the conch to Bai Ting. She hugged Li Mu's arm and shook it. She said obediently, I'll definitely listen to you, Uncle. Li Mu pulled his hand out of her embrace. It was indeed better for them to stay here than to cultivate in the North region. The last time they parted, Wan's cultivation was still very low. Now, she was the same as them. Xiao Bai had far surpassed them. He didn't dare to say too much, but it shouldn't be a problem for them to both enter the 5th realm after staying with Li Mu for a year. Moreover, the Demon Clan's heavenly book that Li Mu obtained from the Demon Emperor's cave abode happened to be useful. There was a complete cultivation method of the Snake Clan in it. Li Mu could also cultivate this cultivation method. However, he was a human after all. He could only cultivate to the 5th or 6th realm. Only a true Snake Clan member could unleash the power of the Snake Clan's cultivation method. Not long ago, when Li Mu pretended to be a snake demon and was undercover in the Thousand Fox City, Phantom Princess rewarded him with a 5th realm snake demon pill in order to improve his cultivation. He had been keeping it. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Bai Ting asked curiously, what's this? Li Mu said, this is... He had just said 2 words when he suddenly realized that there was only 1 demon pill, but his nieces had 2. Who should he get it to? Both of them were flesh and blood. As an elder, if he favored one and discriminated against the other would feel terrible. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, look at this jade bottle. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 460. The jade bottle floating in Li Mu's hand was sparkling and translucent. It was indeed very beautiful. But what was even more beautiful was the thumb-sized golden demon core in the jade bottle. The jade bottle could not isolate the aura of the 5th realm snake demon core. The 2 sisters looked at the jade bottle in Li Mu's hand and swallowed their saliva at the same time. The green snake's reaction was even faster. She grabbed the jade bottle from Li Mu's hand and asked, Uncle, is this for me? What else could Li Mu say? He nodded and said, this is a snake demon core that I accidentally obtained. Take it and refine it. It can improve your cultivation. Thank you, Uncle. Mu. Bai Tingxin's face revealed a bright smile. Li Mu once again felt the strength of her slender legs. Not only that, she also took the opportunity to kiss Li Mu's face. If Li Mu did not dodge quickly, she would have kissed Li Mu's mouth. Li Mu frowned and said, no manners. In the future, don't do this. Looking at her blinking innocently, Li Mu couldn't say what he wanted to say next. After all, she was just a snake demon without much life experience. She was his niece. What bad intentions could she have? If he said too much, it would make Li Mu look like a dirty person. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Okay, go back to your rooms and rest. I also need a rest." After Li Mu left, the two sisters went back to their rooms. Their rooms were in the same courtyard, one in the east and one in the west. Bai Yinxin returned to her room and sat by the table. She rested her chin on one hand, and a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, there was movement at the window. A figure slipped in through the window. She glanced at her sister and said unhappily, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Bai Tingxin put the jade bottle on the table and said, "This is for you." Bai Yinxin glanced at it and shook her head. "You should refine it. Your cultivation is low." Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, "My cultivation is low anyway. After refining it, I won't be able to advance much. Why don't you increase your cultivation to protect me?" As for Mu, she kissed Bai Yinxin's face, then slipped to the window and said, "I'm going back to sleep, sister." The next day, when Li Mu woke up, Wan Wan and Xiao Bai had already prepared breakfast. After the meal, Li Mu called the two sisters to the courtyard. He stretched out his hand, and with a flash of white light, a light soft armor appeared on his hand. She handed the soft armor to Bai Yinxin and said, "Wear this immortal robe." Bai Yinxin said softly, "Thank you, uncle." Li Mu handed her a sword and said, "Take this sword as well." The sword he gave to White Snake was also given to him by Phantom Princess. This sword's grade was not low. It was once owned by a snake expert of Meizong's sect. Even the sword's body was in the shape of a snake, which was suitable for her. They could only rely on their instincts to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their cultivation speed was very slow. Although the two sisters were born with a golden spoon in their mouths and had cultivated mental cultivation methods since they were young, their cultivation method was not the most suitable for them. Bai Yinxin told Li Mu the cultivation method of the two sisters. Li Mu found that their cultivation was actually just ordinary qi refinement. It seemed that the cultivation method of the snake race had been lost, or no one had comprehended it from the heavenly book. Li Mu looked at Bai Yinxin and said, "Sit down cross-legged. From today onwards, you will cultivate according to the method I taught you." Bai Yinxin did not ask anything and obediently sat down cross-legged. Under Li Mu's signal, she slowly stretched out her hands. Li Mu sat cross-legged in front of her and connected his palms with hers. He guided the mana in his body into hers and circulated it through a special path. The cultivation method of the snake race was very simple. There was only one way from the first realm to the ninth realm. It was far less complicated than the fox races. Each tale had its own cultivation method, and even the heavenly book had its own page. Bai Yinxin circulated her mana according to the method Li Mu taught her. Just as Li Mu withdrew his hands, Bai Yinxin impatiently sat down cross-legged and said, "It's my turn, it's my turn." She casually lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing two smooth, jade-like calves. Li Mu pulled the hem of her skirt down and completely covered her body before his palms touched hers. Bai Yinxin took the opportunity to insert her fingers into Li Mu's fingers. The two palms connected and became 10 fingers interlocked. Li Mu glared at her and said, "Behave yourself." Bai Yinxin pouted and said, "Hold it tighter like this." Li Mu ignored her and closed his eyes. He channeled his mana and quickly circulated it through her body. He said, "Follow the path of my mana in your body and circulate it once." Bai Yinxin said embarrassedly, "Uncle, I didn't remember. Do it again." Li Mu had no choice but to channel his mana into her body again and circulate it through her body. "I forgot again." "Do it again. I remember less than half this time." More than half, just a little bit more. Helping others was a very taxing task. After a few times, Li Mu powerlessly laid on the grass. Sweat seeped out his forehead as his chest heaved up and down. He said, I can't do it anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Bai Yinxin pulled him up and said, "One more time, one last time." Chapter 461. In the end, Li Mu was forced by the little green snake to do it again. Then he lay on the grass and did not want to move anymore. The White Demon King couple were rather content. They wandered the world and lived the life Li Mu wanted to live, but they gave their daughter to him. Li Mu not only had to take care of their food and clothing, he also had to worry about their cultivation. Fortunately, Bai Tingxin finally remembered this last time and began to cultivate according to the new Heart Sutra like her sister. The two sisters sat cross-legged on the grass with their eyes closed, but their faces gradually revealed a shocked expression. They could clearly feel that the surrounding spiritual chi of the world was surging into their bodies at an extremely fast speed. It was several times faster than their usual cultivation speed. This meant that their cultivation speed in the future would also increase by several times. This kind of Heart Sutra seemed to be tailor-made for the snake race. After circulating her mana for a cycle, Bai Tingxin opened her eyes and stared straight at Li Mu. She asked, "Uncle, are you a snake like us?" Other than the snake race, she could not think of anyone else who could create this kind of cultivation Heart Sutra. Li Mu knocked her head. "What are you talking about? Impudent." Bai Tingxin gently twisted her body and slid to Li Mu's side. She bit her lower lip and said softly, "I was wrong." Li Mu got up from the grass and said, "You two take your time cultivating. I still have things to do. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me." Before Bai Tingxin slid into his arms, Li Mu hurriedly left the courtyard. She used to be angry with Ti. After not seeing her for such a long time, her anger had gotten worse. Moreover, she was intentionally or unintentionally teasing him. Li Mu had to be on guard against her. Different from her sister, this green snake did not care about the things that humans did. What etiquette, what shame, what forbidden love, she probably did not have such awareness at all. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the Changle Palace. The Secretariat had already drafted the memorial establishing the Great Zhou Demon Registry. Furthermore, it had been reviewed and approved by the sect. In the end, as long as the Empress Jade Seal was stamped, it could be handed over to the Secretariat for specific implementation. Inside the hall, Mr. May looked at Li Mu and asked, "What did you do yesterday? Why are you so pale and weak?" Li Mu sighed and said, "Don't mention it. The two snakes at home are too clingy. Yesterday my mana was drained by them, and I almost couldn't get out of bed in the morning." Zhou Yi and Shangwan Li, who were reading, suddenly looked at Li Mu. Mr. May was both embarrassed and angry. He said, "Bastard, this is His Majesty's bedchamber. Don't say anything." Li Mu explained, "Yesterday I taught them a new cultivation method and helped them cultivate more than 10 times. My mana and energy were all exhausted. What were you thinking?" Mr. May was stunned. "So that's what happened?" Li Mu asked in return. "What did you think it was?" Mr. May said awkwardly, "I thought so too." On the side, Zhou Yi and Shangwan Li also retracted their gazes. Li Mu only just realized that although he was just stating facts, if someone's mind was filled with nonsense all day long, it was easy to create ambiguity. However, he did not expect that the Empress, Mr. May, and Shangwan Li, these three people's bodies were purer than the other, but their minds were dirtier than the other. What were they thinking in their minds just now? They were all red in the face and ears. The Empress' neck was even covered with a light pink color. After this small episode, the atmosphere of the entire Changle Palace became awkward. The three people's eyes kept glancing at Li Mu. Li Mu felt uncomfortable all over. After reading a few memorials, he said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, I'm not feeling well today. I'll go back first." Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Go ahead." As soon as Li Mu left, Mr. May complained, "He didn't say it clearly. How would I know what he meant? There's a new mistress in his house. I thought he kidnapped 2 snakes from somewhere." Shangwan Li glanced at her and said, "There's nothing wrong with what he said. It's your mind that's not pure." Mr. May looked at her and asked, "Your mind is pure. If your mind is pure, why are you blushing?" Shangwan Li was speechless for a moment. She explained, My face is already red. Besides, your Majesty is blushing too." Zhou Yi stood up and said, "Changle Palace is a bit hot. I'll go take a walk in the Imperial Garden." After returning home, there was nothing to do. Li Mu was bored, so he checked on the cultivation of the girls. Wan didn't care about cultivation. She mainly focused on eating, playing, and cultivating. Xiao Bai wanted to become stronger and find the enemy who killed Granny to avenge her. She looked like she was eating and playing with Wan, but she was actually cultivating seriously in private. If she didn't take the initiative, no matter how much resources Li Mu provided her, she wouldn't have been able to reach the 5th level so quickly. Li Mu would remind them about their cultivation every few days. The Nubai sisters were the ones that Li Mu had to pay more attention to recently. They had changed their cultivation methods. At the beginning of their cultivation, they would definitely encounter many problems. In addition to the cultivation method, Li Mu also taught them a few powerful snake clan abigina. Snakes were cold-blooded and were naturally good at hiding. At the same time, they were very sensitive to heat and smells. They were also natural tracking experts. In addition, the snake clan's poison techniques were something that even high-level cultivators would be wary of. Although the two sisters looked sweet, they were actually more poisonous than the other. In the natural world, the more beautiful an animal or plant was, the more likely it was to be poisonous. Li Mu didn't forget that Wu Bo was almost poisoned to death by Yin Xin. If he was really poisoned, other than antidote pills, any Fulu talisman would be useless. As a human, Li Mu could learn about 50 to 60% of some demon clan abigina. However, even if he was squeezed dry, he wouldn't be able to squeeze out a drop of poison. However, this didn't mean that Li Mu couldn't teach them. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Li Mu was teaching them how to turn the poison into a mist and then condense it into a poison arrow to cause an area attack. Bai Yinxin learned quickly. In just an hour, she was already very proficient. Li Mu walked to Bai Tingxin and said, "It's your turn. Go all out and attack me with the spell I just taught you." Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, "But what if I hurt Uncle?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "I won't blame you even if you hurt me. If you can hurt me, I can promise you one more thing." Bai Tingxin said excitedly, "You said it. Pinky swear." Li Mu stretched out his little finger and hooked it with her white finger. Bai Tingxin retreated to the side and spat out a cloud of poison mist from her mouth. Soon, it surrounded Li Mu. In the poison mist, one couldn't see anything in front of them. Whoosh! An undetectable sound of wind breaking came from the poison mist. Li Mu slightly leaned his body and dodged a poison arrow. Whoosh! 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 In the poison mist, poison arrows were constantly shot from all directions. Li Mu tilted his head and lifted his feet to dodge the poison needles. He always locked onto a breath in the poison mist. At a certain moment, when several poison arrows were shot, Li Mu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He appeared beside the breath and stretched out his hand to grab it. A long object was caught in Li Mu's hand. Then, a trace of doubt appeared in Li Mu's eyes. Even if she revealed her true form, it wouldn't be so thin and hard. Li Mu withdrew his hand and found that he was holding the sword he gave Bai Tingxin. Her emerald green shirt was hanging on the sword. Then, a head quietly appeared beside his wrist and gently bit his wrist. Li Mu felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Then his whole body began to feel numb. His legs went soft, and he fell into Bai Tingxin's arms. Bai Tingxin hugged him and said with a smile, "Uncle, I won." Li Mu never thought that he would be pecked in the eye by a wild goose all day long. He played with snakes all day long and finally got his wrist bitten by a snake. Bai Tingxin was smart enough to use the concealment technique he taught her to hide her breath. With the cover of the poison mist, she deceived Li Mu. Then, when he thought that victory was in his hands, she gave him the final blow. This time, Li Mu was indeed careless. On the one hand, he underestimated the enemy too much. Now, even if he was facing a powerhouse in Dongxian, as long as he hadn't been in Dongxian for many years, or was half a step into the upper realm like the slovenly Taoist priest, he could fight. He didn't believe that he would fall in the hands of a little snake demon who had just condensed a monster core. On the other hand, she was Li Mu's niece. Li Mu's trust in her made him not treat her as a real enemy. Various reasons caused him to fail in front of the two sisters and lose face. Now, he was still lying in by Tingxin's arms. Li Mu suppressed the snake venom with his magic power and stood up. Just as he was about to throw an antidote into his mouth, he was stopped by Bai Tingxin. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "The antidote can't be removed completely. Let me help you." Li Mu asked, "How are you going to remove it?" Bai Tingxin licked her red lips, and a trace of shyness appeared in her eyes. She said, "My saliva can be removed. I'll feed you." Li Mu shook off her hand and said, "It's just snake venom. How can it stun me? I'll force it out myself." With that, he strode to his room. Bai Yinxin looked at her sister with dissatisfaction and said, "Tingxin, you're too much. How can you bite him? Why? Are you heartbroken?" Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and said, "He asked me to do my best. Besides, I wanted to detoxify him, but he didn't let me." "You're still talking." Bai Tingxin retracted her head. Most of the time, she was still afraid of her sister. Her voice was no longer as confident as before. She whispered, "He won't eat my saliva. I'll let him drink my blood, okay?" In the room, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed with a worried look on his face. He didn't know if it was because she had the bloodline of the dragon race, but the snake venom was so overbearing. Although it couldn't do anything to Li Mu had a hard time removing it. Even if he used an antidote, there would still be residual poison. It would take him at least a few days to remove it. There was a knock on the door. Bai Tingxin said, "Uncle, I'm here to detoxify you. If you don't want to use your saliva, you can use something else." Li Mu had already said that. If he compromised now, his dignity as an elder would be gone. How could he discipline them in the future? He said faintly, "No need. I'll remove all the poison in 15 minutes at most. You can continue to cultivate." Bai Tingxin said, "Oh," and left in disappointment. Li Mu got down from the bed. He knew the 4 heavenly books and knew more about the snake race than any snake in the world. How could he be helpless against the poison of a small green snake? A moment later, in the imperial garden of the palace, Li Mu looked at the empress awkwardly and said, "Your Majesty, I was bitten by a snake." Zhou Yi frowned and said, "The 2 snakes in your house?" Li Mu said, "She was careless. The snake venom is very overbearing. I can't remove it in a short time, so I came to your Majesty." Zhou Qian was deep in thought. She was wondering under what circumstances Li Mu would be bitten by the snake demon at home. Where was he hurt? Was it his tongue or some other place? She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Where are you hurt?" Li Mu pulled up his sleeves, revealing 2 rows of small wounds on his wrists. Zhou Yi's face relaxed a little and said faintly, "Give me your hand." Li Mu reached out his hand. Zhou Yi held his hand. Li Mu felt a majestic mana invading his body. A few drops of white liquid flew out from the wound. At the same time, the discomfort in his body disappeared completely. After removing the snake venom from his body, Li Mu returned home quietly. Xiao Bai, Wan, and the sisters Yinxin and Tingxin were playing cards in the yard. Li Mu turned invisible and swaggered across the yard. Li Mu could use ordinary invisibility in front of them. With their cultivation, they couldn't find him at all. Bai Tingxin played a card, then looked at Wan and said, "Wan, it's your turn." Oh. Wan came back to her senses and saw Bai Tingxin's card. She pushed down her own card and said, "I won." Li Mu went through the wall and returned to the room. He tidied up his clothes, opened the door, and walked back to the front yard. Bai Tingxin had lost several times in a row and had long wanted to find an excuse to slip away. When she saw Li Mu walk out of the room, she immediately trotted over and looked around him. She said disappointedly, "You really solved it." Li Mu glanced at her and asked, "You seem very disappointed?" Bai Tingxin's gaze wandered and she smiled guiltily. "No. How could I?" She quickly looked at Li Mu again and asked, "You said that if I can beat you, you will agree to one of my conditions. Does it still count?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Of course it counts." Bai Tingxin said, "Then I'm going to say it now." Li Mu was already prepared to lose a lot of money. He said, "Say it." Bai Tingxin said, "Marry me." In the courtyard, Bai Yinxin was speechless. Wan and Xiao Bai stood up nervously. Li Mu thought he heard wrong and asked again, "What did you say?" Bai Tingxin said, "Marry me." Li Mu said, "This joke is not funny." Bai Tingxin said with a serious face, "I'm not joking." Li Mu also became serious. "I'm your uncle. If you do this again, I'll tell your father." Bai Tingxin was not worried at all and said, "Tell him. My father said that love should be free and should not care about the prejudice of the world. When he was with my mother, everyone was against it, but they still got together. Moreover, they have us. He often encourages us. We are demons, so we don't care about the things of humans. He doesn't care if you call him big brother or father-in-law. Like father, like daughter." Li Mu finally knew why Bai Tingxin's personality was like that. He could no longer persuade her from an ethical point of view. He thought about it and said, "But I already have a wife." Bai Tingxin pointed at Wanwan and Xiao who were not far away and said, "You still have them. This is not your excuse." Li Mu opened his mouth and finally looked at Bai Yinxin and said helplessly, "You have to control your sister." Chapter 462. Bai Yinxin walked over and said helplessly, "Tingxin, don't talk nonsense all day." Bai Tingxin was unconvinced. "I'm not talking nonsense. Dad said that if you like someone, you have to say it out loud. Is it wrong to like someone?" Li Mu was extremely suspicious of what his big brother, White Demon King, had taught his daughter. If she could use half of this thought on cultivation, she would not be at her current cultivation level. Since the hard method did not work, Li Mu could only use the soft method. He looked at Green Snake and said earnestly, "Tingxin, when it comes to love, both parties have to love each other. It can't be forced." Bai Tingxin understood what he meant and asked, "You don't like me?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I like you because you're my niece, but I hope you can understand that this kind of like isn't between a man and a woman." Bai Tingxin was unconvinced. "Why don't you like me? Am I not beautiful enough?" Li Mu looked at Xiao Bai. Bai Tingxin looked back and did not refute. Even if she was confident in her appearance, she could not go against her conscience and say that she was prettier than Xiao Bai. She took a deep breath and asked again, "Am I not obedient enough?" Li Mu looked at Wanwan. Bai Tingxin lowered her head again and was silent for a long time. She still did not give up and asked, "Are my legs not long enough and not clingy enough? Don't you men like this?" Li Mu looked at Bai Yinxin. Among the 4 people in the yard, she was not as beautiful as Su Bai, not as obedient as Wanwan, and not as long as her sisters. Little Green Snake finally fell silent and returned to her room without a word. Not long after, Bai Yinxin walked in and sat down beside her. She sighed softly and said, "Don't mess around anymore." Bai Tingxin said, "I'm not messing around." Bai Yinxin looked at her and asked, "Do you really want to be your own aunt?" Bai Tingxin did not care at all. "What's wrong with that? If you like someone, you have to say it out loud. This is what Dad taught me. Why don't I ask Dad to cut ties with him?" Bai Yinxin was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Is that okay?" Bai Tingxin smiled and said, "See, sister, you think so too, don't you?" Bai Yinxin immediately became serious. "Of course not," Bai Tingxin said. "Anyway, I want to. I'll tell Dad." She took out the spirit snail and looked at her sister, asking in confusion, "Why didn't you stop me?" Bai Yinxin snorted and said, "You have grown up and have your own thoughts. I can't control you all the time. Do whatever you want." Li Mu's room. Ever since Xin and Ting Xin came, Li Mu didn't let Xiao Bai and Wanwan sleep with him. In front of the younger generation, he had to be more careful. He knew that he had always been soft-hearted, but being soft-hearted would only lead to deeper entanglements. So this time, he hardened his heart and clearly told that little green snake that he had no such thoughts towards her, and told her to give up as soon as possible. Although it was somewhat cruel, he had to do it. In order to prevent her from taking advantage of him, Li Mu had to avoid her for the next 2 days. In the morning, he didn't eat breakfast at home. He went to Changle Palace early to have breakfast with the Empress. He ate 3 meals a day with the Empress. At night, he read memorials in Changle Palace and only returned home a moment before the palace gates closed. For the great Zhou, he worked day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. His diligence had already surpassed Emperor One. If he was the emperor, the future generations would definitely evaluate him as the master of the Great Zhou's revival and the first wise ruler in the world. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He worked so hard, and his good reputation was all taken by the empress. In any case, they were going to be neighbors in the future. As a family, Limu didn't care too much about these things. None of the vows he made to the empress had been fulfilled. There was still a long way to go before he could retire. Although the tributes from the other countries temporarily intimidated them, it was only intimidating. It was impossible for them to directly bow down to the Great Zhou. The Ghost Realm and the Yao Kingdom were just as usual. As for capturing a dragon to be the empress's mount, there was no sign of it. Li Mu sighed in his heart. This kind of thing couldn't be done one generation after another. The empress wanted him to work for a lifetime. Today, he stayed at Chang'e Palace until very late and had dinner with the empress. Zhou, he looked at Li Mu with surprise and asked, "Why have you become so diligent these days?" Li Mu said, "The Great Zhou is currently plagued by internal and external troubles. The people's faith has stagnated. The Yao Kingdom and the Ghost Realm are eyeing us covetously. The southern countries are also waiting to laugh at us. This subject is deeply worried." Zhou, he said indifferently, "Tell the truth." As expected, he couldn't fool the empress. Li Mu could tell the truth. The reason he stayed at Chang'e Palace for so long was that there was a snake at home that wanted to eat him. Li Mu sighed and said, "This big brother of mine has really spoiled his daughter. How old is she? She says that love is free and shouldn't care about the prejudice of the world. Does she know what love is?" Zhou, he thought for a moment and said, "I think that what she said is quite reasonable." Li Mu didn't show anything on his face, but he was already mocking the empress in his heart. She only had an arranged marriage in name. What the hell did she know about love? Zhou Yi's face darkened. "What did you say?" Li Mu looked up and said blankly, "This subject didn't say anything." Zhou Yi said, "You said it in your heart." Li Mu said firmly, "This subject didn't." Li Mu said firmly, "Although I'm lecherous, I also have principles. I won't have any thoughts about my nieces. What's the difference between that and a beast?" Today he had talked a little too deeply with the empress. Seeing that the palace doors were about to close, Li Mu stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back first." Zhou Yi said casually, "It's getting late. Why don't you stay in Chang'e Palace tonight? You can read a few more memorials." Li Mu shook his head and said, No, I'll come back tomorrow." These past few days, he had been sick of reading memorials. Now, he did not want to read anymore. Zhou, he waved her hand disappointedly and said, "Go." Seeing Li Mu leave Chang'e Palace, Zhou Yi returned to her bedroom and sat in front of her dressing table. She inadvertently saw herself in the mirror and was slightly stunned. The woman in the mirror was naturally very beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful she was, it could not hide the disappointment on her face. She began to think about why she was disappointed. It seemed to be because Li Mu had left. However, she had spent at least 16 hours with him today. During these 16 hours, the furthest they had been apart was no more than 10 steps. Why would she be disappointed when Li Mu left? Could it be that she wanted Li Mu to be with her 24 hours a day, eating and sleeping? Mei Wei told her that this was just normal possessiveness. However, Li Mu told her that this was love. Zhou Qiong's expression suddenly became one of bewilderment. She did not know who she should listen to. The empress was somewhat abnormal these past 2 days. While Li Mu was reading memorials, she did not read novels. She leaned on the dragon throne alone, thinking about something. However, it was normal for women to have more thoughts. Li Mu did not take it to heart. He had encountered difficulties in the matter of incorporating the demons of the Great Zhou. After the Palace Secretariat had decided on the policy and approved it, the Palace Secretariat immediately sent it to the various counties. These past few days, the various counties had successively responded. Contrary to Li Mu's expectations, only a few out of the 36 counties of the Great Zhou responded to the policy with a small number of demons. This policy was completely beneficial and harmless to the weak demons in various places. After becoming the demons of the Great Zhou, They did not need to bear any responsibility. They would remain as they were in the past. The only difference was that the Great Zhou court had become their backing. In the future, regardless of whether it was righteous or evil path cultivators or powerful demons that threatened their lives, the local authorities would not sit idly by. They would be treated as true citizens of the Great Zhou. Even so, not many demons were willing. Li Mu guessed that it was probably because they did not trust the court at all. This was not surprising. Within the borders of the Great Zhou, the demons were in an awkward situation. Although they were all native demons of the Great Zhou, and the Great Zhou was their hometown, the court was the court of the human race. On this land, humans could wantonly slaughter them. However, if they dared to slaughter humans, only death would await them. This situation had persisted for tens of thousands of years. From the Great Zhou to the previous dynasty, it had been like this for generations. The conflict between the demons and humans was engraved in their genes. Li Mu put down the reports from the various counties. After thinking for a while, he stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I will go out to investigate. I will be back in 2 or 3 days at most." "Zhou," he said absent-mindedly, "be careful." After Li Mu left, outside the hall, Mr. Mei stuck his head out to take a look. He asked Shang Wanli, "Ali, did you notice that something is not right with His Majesty these past 2 days?" Shang Wanli asked, "What's wrong?" Mr. Mei said, "His Majesty has become less talkative and smiles less. He is often in a daze by himself. I don't know what he is thinking about." Shang Wanli thought for a while and said, "Maybe His Majesty is worried because the demons are not progressing well." Mr. Mei did not take her answer to heart. Ever since Li Mu was born, His Majesty had never cared about these things. Big and small matters. It was always Li Mu who took care of them. "Mei Wei, Ali, come in." The Empress's voice came from inside the hall. Mr. Mei walked in, bowed, and asked, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Zhou looked at her and asked, "Mei Wei, tell me, what is love?" Mr. Mei was stunned for a moment. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his face. He said, "Your Majesty, if I knew what love was, I would not be alone now." Zhou reacted and said, "Ali, it was only then that she realized that the other 3 women in the hall, including her, were completely clueless about this matter." According to Li Mu, the green snake seemed to know a lot about love. Zhou stood up and said, "Let's go. Take 2 boxes of pastries from the Imperial Kitchen and go to the Li Mansion. I haven't seen Xiao Bai and Wan for a few days." Central County. There were 36 counties in the Great Zhou. Central County was located in the center of the country. It was where the divine capital was located. However, the development of Central County was not as good as the other 36 counties. The entire Central County had to provide convenience for the divine capital. All resources were provided to the divine capital. This made it impossible for Central County to become prosperous. The people were not too poor, but they barely had enough to eat and wear. The demons in Central County had a relatively miserable life. The people were not rich. They had no livestock to steal, and they did not dare to do so. It was too close to the divine capital, and there were too many cultivators. No demons dared to cause trouble here. Instead, they were worried that the cultivators would steal their souls. They longed to go to the demon nation. However, as local demons of the Great Zhou who grew up here, they were already familiar with this place. No one wanted to, and no one dared to leave. With their cultivation, it was very likely that they would die on the way to the demon nation before reaching it. In a mountain somewhere in Central County, a dozen figures sat cross-legged in an open space filled with fallen leaves. All the demons who had taken human form within 100 miles were gathered here. These demons usually cultivated in their own hidden abodes. Other than those who were close to them, they rarely gathered. This was the first time they had gathered together. Not long ago, the Great Zhou court announced a piece of news. From today onwards, any demon who cultivated in the Great Zhou could apply to become a demon citizen of the Great Zhou. After reporting to the government and becoming a demon citizen, they could still cultivate in their original abodes. Furthermore, They did not have to worry about being devoured by stronger demons or being hunted down by human cultivators. As long as they became a demon citizen of the Great Zhou, the court would protect them as if they were ordinary citizens. As monsters, their greatest danger was their more powerful brethren and human cultivators. If their safety could be guaranteed, they could cultivate in peace. To them, this was a great thing. It was so good that they felt it was unreal. Among the demons, a tiger demon with 3 horizontal lines on its forehead said in a deep voice, "What do you all think about this?" A leopard demon said, "If this is true, then it's great. We don't have to worry about those human cultivators anymore. We don't have to hide anymore. We can cultivate openly in the mountains. Idiot." Another wolf demon's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a conspiracy of the humans. Humans are cruel and cunning. Why would they be so nice to demons for no reason? They must want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Have you forgotten how your parents died?" The leopard demon's face was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's those damned human cultivators." Following that, the other demons also spoke. Brother Wolf is right. Humans are the most cruel and cunning. This must be their conspiracy. They want to lure us out and kill us as easily as blowing off dust. The goal of the human court is too obvious. Who would be stupid enough to believe humans? Everyone, ignore it. Whoever goes will be courting death. In the sky above the demons, Li Mu merged with the canopy. He sighed inwardly. Changing the demons' understanding of humans was not something that could be done overnight. What was he trying to do now? Bai Tingxin skipped over and said happily, "Uncle, you're back." When she ran to Li Mu, she pretended to be enlightened. "I almost forgot. Last time, my father said that he wanted to cut ties with you. I don't have to call you uncle anymore. What should I call you in the future? Benefactor, young master, or brother?" Suddenly, she seemed to have realized something and asked expectantly, "Empress Sis, can you issue an imperial edict to marry me to him?" He definitely won't dare to disobey Empress Sis's imperial edict. Zhou Yi said faintly, "I can't." Bai Tingxin was disappointed why. Zhou Yi said, "You can't force a melon to be sweet. Feelings can't be forced." Bai Tingxin said firmly, "I want to force it." Zhou Yi asked, "He doesn't like you. What's the use of forcing it?" Bai Tingxin did not seem to mind at all. "He just hasn't realized how good I am yet. I believe that he will find out sooner or later. Love at first sight is just a matter of face. Only love that grows over time is true love." For some reason, Zhou Yi felt that the little green snake in front of her, although she was much younger than her, and her words were very willful, made sense. She couldn't help but want to hear more from her and learn more. She asked, "Did you fall in love with Li Mu at first sight?" Bai Tingxin curled her lips and said, "Of course not. Am I such a superficial snake? When we first met, we even fought. He even injured me. Later on, I slowly realized that he was good-looking, knew how to cook, had a gentle temper, and even saved me and my sister's life. At that time, I told myself that I, Bai Tingxin, have set my mind on him for the rest of my life." Zhou Yi thought for a while and asked, "Have you ever thought that one of you is a human and the other is a demon?" Bai Tingxin was unconvinced. So what if he's a demon? Xiao Bai is a demon too. In the book he wrote, other than demons, there are also ghosts. Love doesn't differentiate race, identity, or status. This is what he told us. Zhou Yi was puzzled and asked, "Then you don't mind that he already has a wife, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai?" Bai Tingxin sighed and said, "What can I do even if I mind? I also want to monopolize him, but I came too late. Empress Sis, if you have someone you like very, very much, you will understand how I feel." Zhou Yi shook her head. "What a joke. How can I have?" Bai Tingxin said regretfully, "That's too bad. Sister Empress, you'll never know what it feels like to like someone. You'll always think about being with him, wanting to possess him, wanting him to only be with you." Zhou He clutched her chest and felt that her breathing began to become a little irregular. She was shocked. She didn't know why, but her inner demon was beginning to stir again. At this time, Bai Tingxin snorted and slapped the snake again. She said angrily, "I like him so much, but he actually likes my sister more. He didn't even bring me back to Beijing. I'll beat you to death." In the sky above Zhongjian, a flying boat sped past. At a certain height below the nine heavens astral wind layer, the atmosphere was relatively thin and the air was very stable. The flying boat sped past without any bumps. Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat and looked at Exen, who was sitting cross-legged in the boat and cultivating seriously. He couldn't help but sigh at his decision. If he had brought another snake on this trip to Beijing, he wouldn't have been able to have a peaceful journey. Li Mu sized her up and thought of her appearance 2 years ago. She didn't seem to be much better than Tingxin. However, a woman changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Not only did she become more and more beautiful, even her personality had become so likable. He didn't know when the other snake would grow up. On the way, Li Mu had already asked Exen. Her family had a very high status in Beijing's demon world. In the Great Zhou, there were very few demons that exceeded the 5th realm. The White Demon King's strength was the strongest among the demons in Beijing. In the entire Beijing, most of the demon experts, such as the Green Bull Demon, the Tiger King, the Rat King, and others, were working under him. As for the other demons, even if they weren't under him, the Green Bull Demon, the Tiger King, and the other demons had a say. A day later, in a mountain somewhere in Beijing, the Tiger King came forward with a smile and said, "Brotherly, long time no see. I heard that you've become a high-ranking official in the imperial court. I haven't congratulated you yet. You must stay today. Let's drink a few jars of his." Bai Tingxin walked forward and said, "Uncle Hu, there's no rush to drink. Call the other uncles over first. We came back this time because we have something important to discuss with you." The demons under the White Demon King were scattered in the 13 counties in Beijing. Other than the Rat King and the Green Bull Demon who were closer, the rest would only arrive tomorrow. However, these 3 demons were the strongest. Even the White Demon King called them brothers. Li Mu naturally couldn't order them directly. After the 3 demons gathered, Li Mu asked, "Brothers, have you heard that the imperial court wants to register the demons in the Great Zhou?" The Green Bull Demon nodded and said, "I've heard, but I don't know if it's true or not. We're still waiting." The Tiger King said, "It's most likely fake. The human imperial court isn't so kind. Even if they don't attack us, when they fight with the Demon Kingdom and Ghost Realm, they will use us as cannon fodder. This must be a vicious plan that someone came up with." Li Mu said in shame, "To be honest, I was the one who suggested this." The Green Bull Demon's eyes lit up. He suddenly looked at Li Mu and asked, "Brotherly, are you serious?" Li Mu nodded and said, "In the Great Zhou, a large part of the reason for the conflict between the demons and humans is that the imperial court's laws are unfair. The demons suffer under these unfair laws. I want to ease the conflict between the 2 races, so I push this matter forward. However, the hatred between the demons and humans is too deep. Because he had to deal with memorials for a long time every day, his energy was greatly depleted. He slept until late in the morning. When he woke up, Li Mu's physical and mental exhaustion had been swept away. When his body and mind were completely relaxed, he even had a dream. It was an extremely erotic dream. He had been separated from Lu Hanyin for a few months, and he had also been abstinent for a few months. For a newlywed, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, it was a very difficult few months. Li Mu admitted that he was a lustful person, but even a lustful person had a bottom line. However, things like dreaming were not something that could be controlled by his subjective consciousness. Li Mu smelled the fragrance on the quilt that belonged to Bai Tingxin and swore that he would not sleep here tonight. Recalling the contents of a dream, he felt a little ashamed. He felt sorry for calling brother Bai countless times. Bai Tingxin had already woken up. She helped Li Mu bring his toiletries. Li Mu walked out of bed and said, "Thank you, Tingxin. Leave it there. I'll do it myself." Bain Shin still helped him wet the towel. After wringing it dry, she handed it to him. In fact, cultivators had their own supernatural powers to avoid dust. However, most of the time, they still maintained the habits of ordinary people. This could make them feel that they were still human at all times, reducing the possibility of inner demons during the cultivation process. After washing up, Li Mu walked out of the room. The demons under the White Demon King had received the summons and had rushed over overnight. After hearing the Green Bull Demon and the Tiger King explain the purpose of gathering them, some of the demons were overjoyed while others expressed their worries. Could this be a conspiracy of the imperial court? Why would they do something that is only beneficial to the demons for no reason? This is a matter of great importance. It's better to be careful. The demons' guard against humans was engraved in their bones, blood, and genes. It was impossible to convince them with just a few words. Fortunately, they did not completely refuse because of the White Demon King. In order to dispel their concerns, Li Mu made some concessions. The demons of the North County did not need to go to the various government offices to register. He would transfer a few officials from the county office to help them register their demons here. This could dispel some of their concerns. Many demons believed that the entire matter was a conspiracy of the imperial court. The day they went to the government office to register their names would be the day they died. In addition, the demons of the Great Zhou did not need to listen to the orders of the local government. After the demons were registered, they would establish a demon division that specialized in dealing with demons. After the news spread, the demons of the North County began to rush here, afraid that they would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if they were too late. Li Mu opened his heavenly eye and saw the large and small demon auras in the mountains. He was gratified. As expected, the demons did not trust the imperial court, but they trusted the demons. This time, the White Demon King had helped him greatly. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort on his two daughters. It was late at night. Li Mu was still thinking about all kinds of possible changes when Bain Shin knocked on the door and walked in with a bowl of ginseng soup. She said, "Brother Li, you've been busy all day. Drink this bowl of ginseng soup and rest early." "Thank you, Shin." Li Mu took the bowl and found that the soup in the bowl was neither cold nor hot. He drank a few mouthfuls and then asked, "Shin, are there any other empty rooms here?" Bain Shin asked, "What's wrong? Is Brother Li not comfortable sleeping here?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I'm not used to sleeping in Ting Shin's room." Bain Shin thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll sleep here. You can sleep in my room next door." After drinking the ginseng soup, she brought Li Mu to her room. Although the two sisters were born from the same parents, their personalities were completely different. Their rooms were also completely different. The younger sister's room was as messy as a snake's nest, while the elder sister's room was clean and tidy. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. The only thing in common between the two rooms was that the quilts were very fragrant. Li Mu lay on the bed and fell asleep amidst a faint fragrance. The next day, he still didn't wake up until late in the morning. Li Mu sat on the bed and recalled the dream last night. After being stunned for a long time, he slapped himself and said angrily, "I'm not human." Chapter 464. Bain Shin came in with toiletries and saw Li Mu slap himself. She asked in surprise, "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Li Mu was ashamed and didn't dare to look at her. "It's nothing," he said. "I'm just trying to clear my head." He had this dream for 2 days in a row. One day he dreamed of Shin, and the next day he dreamed of Shin. This made Li Mu realize that he might have suppressed himself for too long and couldn't continue like this. Cultivators also had things they couldn't control. If this continued, Li Mu couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't dream of the Empress at night. If he got used to dreaming and was caught by the Empress in his dreams, he might as well die. He had already arranged everything for Shishan. The Green Bull Demon and the others would complete the next task. After Li Mu finished washing up, he said to Shin, "I'm going back to Mount Baiyun. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days at most. Wait for me here. When the time comes, we'll go back to Shundu together." Bainshi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be able to help you uncles here." Soon, Limu bid farewell to Inshin and the group of demons. He activated the flying boat and headed for Mount Baiyun. 2 hours later, on the main peak of Fulu School, Jizi smiled and asked, "Junior brother, you suddenly came back. Is there something important?" Limu waved his hand and said, "It's nothing important. We're Hanyin and Qingqing." Jizi said, "They're still in seclusion." Limu was really depressed this time. He complained, "Why are they in seclusion every day? How can there be so much seclusion to do?" Jizi said softly, "This is something a core disciple of Fulu School must go through before becoming the head. All the brothers have gone through it. When you leave the Great Zhou Court in the future, you'll also have to go through it." Limu thought for a while and said, "Let me see where they're in seclusion." Jizi flicked his sleeves. The scenery before Limu's eyes changed. His body appeared in another space. This place was filled with verdant mountains, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. The ground was covered with thick vegetation. In the sky, 7 inverted mountains floated between the clouds. Between the mountains, white clouds drifted and red-crowned cranes flew. There were stairs connecting the mountains. It was a fairyland. The size of this space was no less than Limu's demonic emperor space. It must have been left behind by a 9th Realm senior in the history of Fulu School. Although those experts had passed away, they had left behind countless legacies for the sect. Limu sensed the auras of Lu Hanyin and Li Qing on one of the mountain peaks. He also sensed the auras of several chiefs on the other mountain peaks. In addition, in front of Limu, there were balls of light that floated aimlessly in the air. Sometimes they would fly into the mountains and then fly out again. Limu looked at those balls of light and said in surprise, "These are memory balls of light." Hyun Jinko nodded and said, "These are the memories of our sect's seniors. When they reached the end of their lifespan, they would pass down their lifetime of cultivation experience through this method for future disciples to comprehend." Hearing this, Limu could not help but feel deep veneration for the Fulu School seniors. Although the demonic emperor, White Emperor, had also left behind his memories, his goal was to be reborn thousands of years later. The Fulu School seniors were so selfless. Even though they had passed away, they continued to shine for the sect. In their memories, there was a lifetime of cultivation experience, understanding of Abhijna and the Fulu way. Future disciples only needed to comprehend their memories, and they would be able to save themselves the hard work of groping on the path of cultivation. Of course, whether it was the Fulu way or the Abhijna way, they were all constantly evolving. The cultivation knowledge of the past might be somewhat outdated now, but it was still the same. To the sect, the memories of every expert were precious and irreplaceable resources. The selfless contributions of these experts must have played a huge role in the reason why large sects were able to last for thousands of years and pass down their legacies. Hyun Jinko looked at those balls of light and said emotionally, "This place is called the Ruins of End. It is the final resting place of the sect seniors, and also the final resting place of us." Limu looked at those balls of light and understood that staying here would be of inestimable benefit to Lu Hanyin and Li Qing's cultivation. Limu did not intend to disturb them any further. Just as he was about to leave, a streak of light suddenly flew over from a mountain peak. Within the streak of light was a figure that Limu had been thinking about day and night for a very long time. Lu Hanyin looked at Limu from afar. Her eyes were filled with longing, as well as some other emotions that only the two of them could understand. The two of them glanced at each other. Nothing needed to be said. Limu took Lu Hanyin's hand and said to Jizi, "Send us out." Jizi asked, "Junior brother, you just came in. Don't you want to take a look around?" Limu smiled. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jizi waved his sleeve again. The three of them left the Ruins of End and returned to the main peak's palace. In the next moment, Limu and Lu Hanyin entered the Demon Emperor's abode. Jizi stood alone in the palace, stunned for a long time. The Demon Emperor's abode. In the clear lake, Two fish pecked at each other patiently. In the peach blossom forest, a female bird nestled under the wings of a male bird. Below a small building, the flowers in the flower bed bloomed even more brilliantly. As the breeze blew, the stems swayed. North County. Li Mu's voice came again. I have been in the Demon King's cave residence for the past 3 days. I haven't received any news from your majesty. Zhou Yi asked, why would you stay in the Demon King's cave residence for 3 days for no reason? Li Mu stammered, I took care of the cave residence with my wife. Your majesty, is there anything I can do for you? Hearing the first few words, Zhou Yi already understood. She said coldly, nothing, and cut off the supernatural power. Then, she sat in Changle Palace and fell into deep self-doubt. Was she angry just now? Why was she angry? Why was she angry? She had no right to be angry, and there was no reason for her to be angry. Zhou Yi did not understand why she had such thoughts. She wanted to ask Shangguan Li and Mr. Mei, but she felt that it was useless to ask them. The three people in this palace together did not know as much as the little green snake. A moment later, at the Li mansion, Bai Tingxin was eating the pastries Zhou Yi brought out from the palace and asked, Sister Empress, what's the matter? Zhou Yi thought for a moment and said, I have a friend who has encountered some problems. I want to ask you on her behalf. Bai Tingxin stuffed a piece of pastry into her mouth and said, Ask away. Zhou Yi was silent for a moment and said, My friend always misses a man and wants to keep him by her side. She wants to hear his voice. When she hears that he is with another woman, she will be angry for no reason. Bai Tingxin put down a piece of pastry and said, This question is too simple. Your friend must have fallen in love with that man. I also feel the same way about Li Mu, the bad guy. Zhou Yi murmured, Is this love? Xiao Bai ran over from the side and asked with a gossipy face, Sister Zhou, who is this friend you are talking about? Is it Auntie Mei or Sister Ali? Zhou Yi came back to her senses and coughed lightly. She said, Actually, I am talking about Ali Changle Palace. Shangguan Li sneezed inexplicably. Mr. Mei, who was beside her, glanced at her and said, You shouldn't have caught a cold. Is there someone missing you? Shangguan Li said lightly, Who would miss me? Mr. Mei teased, That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's Li Mu, the lecher. He likes all young and beautiful girls. Although you are not young, you are indeed very beautiful. Beijun. Li Mu sneezed a few times. He was extremely suspicious that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. At this time, he had already left Fulu school and was on his way to Yinxin. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After a few days of shameless two-person world, Li Mu still had to separate from Lu Hanyin, even though both of them were reluctant to part. A gentle home was also a hero's grave. Lu Hanyin was going to become the head of Fulu school in the future. Li Mu could not watch her immerse herself in a gentle home and affect her cultivation. Chapter 465. Li Mu had always felt that taking in a disciple was a very troublesome matter. It was not easy for him to have a sudden impulse to take in a disciple to play with, but he was mercilessly rejected by enrich. A forcefully picked melon was not sweet, and a forcefully taken in disciple was not fragrant either. Since she was unwilling, Li Mu did not mention it again. However, even though he did not succeed in taking in a disciple, he still taught enrich everything he knew about formations. He did not know if it was because she had half of the dragon bloodline, but although she was also a demon, her comprehension was much stronger than those big demons. She often understood with a little guidance, and could even draw inferences from one example. This fully satisfied Li Mu's sense of achievement. It was human nature to be good at teaching others, especially Li Mu, who had a lot of skills, but no one to inherit them. After a long time, he was bored and needed to find someone to teach him. The disciple he taught was so smart, So, as a teacher, he was naturally happy. Although Enrich was still unwilling to call Li Mu sir. In one night, Li Mu finished teaching her the basics of formations. Currently, he was only at the beginner level, but there was still a long way to go. It would not be too late to teach her slowly when they returned to the fairy's capital. The next morning, with Li Mu's help, she began to try to set up her own formations. Although the number of demons was far less than humans, in the entire North County, there were close to 1,000 demons that had transformed and had not transformed. Among them, 80 to 90% were small demons that had not transformed. According to the division of the mountains, each mountain could be assigned to dozens of demons. After the spirit gathering formation was set up, the density of spiritual energy in the entire mountain was about the same. The demons opened up an open space on their own mountain and built houses to live in. He was already a demon citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. Of course, he could not be like the mountain spirits and wild monsters in the past, casually digging a hole and calling it an immortal's cave. He deserved to be called an uncivilized beast. Enrich was setting up a spirit gathering formation for Mountain Number 1. Mountain Number 1 was where the North County Demon Division was located. The Green Ox and the Tiger King were the chief and deputy demon commanders. This mountain was being built on a large scale, imitating the imperial court's yamen and building a government office. The Department of Demons was directly under the Department of Consecration. It was completely modeled after the Great Zhou Court. Other than the government offices, there was also an official residence. The Tiger King wanted to compete with the Green Bull Spirit for the 5-entry mansion in building one of the first mountain. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. He said to Li Mu, I want it. Thank you, Brother Li. Thank you, Brother Li. Green Ox Demon also thanked him gratefully. Regardless of whether it was a human or a demon, a pill that could help a cultivator break through to the 5th realm was a treasure. Li Mu said again, I will teach you 2 new cultivation techniques. In the future, you will cultivate according to these techniques. The demonic techniques of the various races in the heavenly tomes were very complete. If one had enough talent and luck, it was enough to allow a small demonic beast to cultivate to the 9th realm. Li Mu circulated his mana through the 2 demonic beast bodies and said, remember this mana circulation route. In the future, cultivate according to this mantra. Other than the 2 of you, you cannot tell anyone else about this. It was not that Li Mu was stingy. It was just that he knew the nature of the green ox and the tiger, but he did not know about the other demons. Once he passed on top techniques to demons with evil intentions, it would bring endless trouble to the imperial court. It was also a sin that Li Mu created himself. Tiger King followed the technique that Li Mu taught him. After circulating his mana in his body, his eyes were filled with shock. Then, he looked at Li Mu seriously and said, Brotherly no, big brotherly, in the future you are my big brother. Green Ox Demon knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Li Mu. Tiger King saw this and also knelt down without hesitation. He bowed a few times to Li Mu. Li Mu not only gave them pills, but also imparted knowledge to them. On the path of cultivation, demons had a much harder time than humans. It was even more difficult to obtain a cultivation technique. The cultivation technique that Li Mu taught them was almost tailor-made for them. It allowed their cultivation speed to increase exponentially. With so much kindness, the 2 demons did not know how to repay it. Li Mu waved his hand and said, All right, we are all brothers. There is no need to be so formal. After you have refined these pills, I will teach you some of the techniques of our race. After giving the 2 realm breaker pills to the 2 demons, Li Mu suddenly thought of Enrich. This little girl should not think too much. He looked at the girl beside him and said, Enrich, don't think too much. It is not that I don't want to give them to you, but your cultivation is still too shallow. The realm breaker pills are useless to you. Also, these 2 pills are from 3,000 years ago. Who knows if they have expired? When your cultivation is enough, I will make new ones for you. The Green Bull Demon had already poured out the pills. His 2 large eyes looked at Li Mu Tiger King had just thrown the pills into his mouth. He looked at Li Mu in shock. Finally, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the pills. With Inshin's cultivation, she could only draw simple formation veins. Thus, Li Mu dismantled the formation veins. She only drew the simple ones, leaving the complicated ones for Li Mu to draw himself. In the Changle Palace, Zhou Yi held the spirit conch in her hand. The last sentence she heard was still echoing in her ears. There was a woman beside Li Mu. From the sound of it, it should be the white snake. Did the white snake just say that Li Mu should come down and she should be on top? Why should she be on top? Although Zhou Yi did not have such experience, she had seen a certain scene in Li Mu's dream. Could it be that in the North County, Li Mu was drawing talismans when he felt the spirit conch vibrate again? His hand trembled and almost destroyed a formation vein. Fortunately, he was calm and steady. If it were anyone else, their efforts in this hour would have been wasted. Opposite the spirit conch, the Empress asked, "What are you doing?" Li Mu said helplessly, "Didn't I just say that I'm setting up a formation?" Zhou Yi said, "Is there someone else beside you?" Li Mu said, "Yes, Inshin is helping me draw formation veins. She's drawing the simple ones on top, and I'm drawing the complicated ones below." On the other side of the spirit conch, there was suddenly no sound. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Your Majesty, are you still there?" Li Mu asked a few questions, but did not hear a response. He helplessly put away the spirit conch and continued to work. The Empress did not know what was wrong with her. However, after counting the days, Li Mu did not find it strange. Women would always be strange for a few days. At this time, in the Changle Palace, Zhou Yi's face was red. She put away the spirit conch in shame. She was the Empress of a country. How could she become like this? It must be a damn heart demon. It was the heart demon that always made her think nonsense. She summoned Shangguanli in and said, "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. I want to attend the 2 morning court sessions." Chapter 466. Reality proved that it was easier to get things done with connections. Under the guidance of a few powerful demons, the North County demons quickly became demons and became citizens of the Great Zhou. However, other than the North County, Li Mu did not have such connections in other places. Of the 36 counties in the Great Zhou, only the North County responded to the Imperial Court's call. It was far from enough. Li Mu gathered the Green Bull Demon, Tiger Demon, Rat Demon, and the other demons and asked, "Do you have any relatives or friends in other counties? It's best if you know them well and have good natures." The demons all shook their heads. They were all born and raised in the North County and did not know any foreign demons. The Tiger King thought for a while and suddenly said, "My aunt married to Yunzhong County decades ago. I have a cousin in Yunzhong County, but I haven't contacted him for a few years." Li Mu asked, "What's his cultivation level?" The Tiger King said, "He condensed a demon core 3 years ago. He should be in the 4th realm now." Li Mu clapped his hands. "He's the one then." Yunzhong County was not far from the North County. The Tiger King sent his subordinates to Yunzhong County to invite his cousin, whom he had not seen for many years, to celebrate with him. The two brothers had not seen each other for a few years, and their relationship had faded a lot. However, when he heard that his cousin had advanced to the Demon King realm, Hu Chang still brought enough congratulatory gifts and came personally. In the Great Zhou, as long as a Demon King of the 5th realm did not act arrogantly near the divine capital, he could do whatever he wanted. He had a Demon King cousin in the North County. When the other demons in Yunzhong County saw him, they had to give him some face. He had to use this opportunity to get in touch with his cousin again. In the mountains of the North County, Hu Chang rode on a fierce tiger. He patted the head of the tiger under him and asked, "Have we arrived?" The tiger opened its mouth and said, "Your Majesty, we're almost there." The tiger ran for 15 minutes in the forest and finally arrived at a mountain. 2 transformed demons stood at the intersection and stopped them. They asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name." The tiger said, "The king on my back is the Tiger King's cousin. Hurry up and let us in." After the two shape-shifting monsters checked the invitation, they immediately stepped aside. Hu Chang got off the tiger and walked into a tall gate. The gate had the words North County Demon Division carved on it. The gate was 10 meters tall and had all sorts of mysterious runes carved on it. Hu Chang felt dizzy after looking at it for a while. He quickly looked away and did not dare to look anymore. Hu Chang stepped into the gatehouse and took another step forward. Then he stopped. The air here was filled with dense spirit qi, which was many times denser than the spirit qi in his cave abode in Yunzhong County. He took a deep breath and coughed due to the impact of the spiritual aura. Hu Chang's eyes lit up. If he could cultivate in such a place, wouldn't his cultivation soar? Bathing in such dense spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to the 5th realm in another 10 years. "Ha ha, cousin, long time no see." A hearty laugh came from the front. Hu Chang looked over and a smile appeared on his face. He quickly walked over and said, "Congratulations on advancing to the Archfiend realm. Cousin," the Tiger King put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Let's go. Let's have a good drink today." Hu Chang followed the Tiger King for a few steps and saw a magnificent house in front of him. If he was not in the mountains, he would have thought that he was in a human town. As Hu Chang walked, he asked, "Cousin, what's going on?" The Tiger King laughed and said, "Your cousin is now the North County Demon Commander of the Great Zhou. I'm in charge of the demons in the North County. Of course, I can't live as casually as before." Hu Chang was shocked and asked, "Cousin, have you submitted to the imperial court?" The Tiger King said unhappily, "Submit? What do you mean submit? I'm in charge of the demons, protect them, and work for them. How can that be considered submitting?" "Don't call me that." Hu Chang said a few words and asked expectantly, "Cousin, can I come here to cultivate in the future?" The Tiger King said, "You're doing well in Yunzhong County. What are you doing here?" Hu Chang said honestly, "The spiritual qi here is much more abundant than in my cave abode. It's faster to cultivate here." The Tiger King glanced at him and said, "Look at you. It's just a spirit gathering array. When the time comes, I'll get someone to set one up for you." Hu Chang quickly said, "No need, no need. I'll just cultivate with you." He was not stupid. Without strength, what was the use of a spirit gathering array? In the Great Zhou, the blessed grotto heavens with abundant spiritual qi were all occupied by humans. Some of the inferior cave abodes that human cultivators looked down on were also occupied by demon cultivators. He was just a small demon of the 4th realm. If he cultivated in such a place with abundant spiritual qi, it would not be long before a stronger human or demon took over his cave abode. They would use his tiger skin as a blanket and cut off his penis to make wine to them. Possessing treasures that did not match their strength was akin to wishing for an early death. The Tiger King led him into the house that he had just built and said, "Actually, I've asked you to come here for an important matter. You should know that the Imperial Court is planning to establish a demon division in each county to manage the demon race. There are no suitable candidates in Yunzhong County for the time being. Do you want to be the demon commander of the demon division in Yunzhong County?" Hu Chang was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head repeatedly. It was common knowledge among the demon race that humans could not be trusted. If he became a lackey of the human imperial court, not only would he be in danger, he would also be ridiculed by all the demon race. Billy did not force him and said, "Since you're not willing, then forget it." He took out a flying sword and a few bottles of elixirs and placed them on the table. Hu Chang's tiger eyes sparkled. The flying sword had a strong spiritual qi. At first glance, he could tell that it was not an ordinary magical weapon. It was much better than his own weapon. The spiritual qi on the surface of these bottles of elixirs made him restless. He looked at the Tiger King and was excited. Did his cousin give him all these? The Tiger King said, "You're more familiar with Yunzhong County than I am. Take these things. When you return to Yunzhong County, help me ask if there are any core condensation demons who are willing to be the demon commander of Yunzhong County. Then give these things to them. This sword is a product of the North Sect. These elixirs can increase their spiritual qi. When they have enough spiritual chi, the Imperial Court will give them a realm-breaking pill to help them break through to the fifth realm. The Imperial Court plans to let all the demon commanders reach the fifth realm within 3 years. Uchan took a deep breath and put away these things. He said seriously, "Don't worry, cousin. I'll help you pass on the message." He stayed for a night and left early the next morning. 3 days later, he sent someone to report that there were no monsters in the Yunzhong Commandery who were willing to be the demon medallion. However, in order to live up to his cousin's trust, he was willing to take up the responsibility of the demon medallion. He would unite the monsters in the Yunzhong Commandery and cooperate with the Imperial Court to do his part in building a civilized, harmonious, free, and equal Great Zhou. In the North County Demon Division, Li Mu stared at the cauldron in front of him. Refining elixirs was more difficult than writing talismans. He had to control the flame and the precious elixirs in the cauldron. Every time he sweated, Xin would take out a handkerchief and gently wipe it for him. It was very difficult to gain something without risking anything. The reason why the North County was so successful was because of the White Demon King. If he wanted to rope in demons from other places, it was the same as rogue cultivators. He had to give them enough benefits to move them. A relationship of interest was the most intimate relationship. Compared to humans, demons had too few resources. Their grotto heavens and blessed lands were all occupied by humans. They could only cultivate in barren hills and unruly rivers with thin spirit chi. On the flying boat, Bai Inshin said doubtfully, "The demon kings of the nearby counties all know each other. Back then, Father brought me and Tingxin to the Black Bear tribe. Although the Black Bear King looks fierce, he's actually a reasonable demon king. He usually restrains his subordinates and does not let them harm humans. Logically speaking, he should agree to this matter that benefits both humans and demons. Regardless of whether he was a reasonable bear or not, incorporating the demons was the Imperial Court's policy. It would not change for anyone. The demons of the counties could choose not to cooperate with the Imperial Court and not be registered as demons. However, if anyone dared to openly oppose the Imperial Court, they would not have a good ending. The two flew for more than 2 hours and entered the territory of Zhejiang County. Bai Inshin pointed at a mountain in front and said, "It's there. That's the cave of the Black Bear tribe." Li Mu and she landed on a mountain. Bai Inshin said doubtfully, "That's strange. There should be bear demons guarding this place. Where did they go?" Li Mu sensed and discovered a few powerful demon auras in the distance. He said in a low voice, "Don't speak. Follow me." Black Bear Ridge. To the people of Zhejiang County, this name was perhaps unfamiliar. Zhejiang County had many mountains and many demons in the mountains. The people usually did not go deep into the mountains. Even the boldest woodcutter only moved about halfway up the mountain. However, to the demons of Zhejiang County, there was not a single demon that did not know about Black Bear Ridge. That was the territory of the Bear Demon Clan. The leader of the Bear Demon Clan was a level 5 bear demon. He was one of the few demon clan experts in the Zhejiang County. Other demon clans did not dare to provoke the Bear Demon Clan. However, at this moment, the bear demons that dominated Zhejiang County were in an extremely miserable state. A few bear demons that had yet to take human form were tied to trees. They were being whipped until their skin and flesh were lacerated. They kept howling. The bear demons that had taken human form and condensed their golden core were enraged. They wanted to save them, but they were also in danger. Under the attacks of the other figures, they could not fight back at all. The only fifth realm bear demon was trapped in a huge barrier of light and could not escape. A handsome man looked at the bear demon within the light barrier and said with a smile, "How about it? Agree to our conditions, and I'll immediately release your subordinates. If you still refuse to come to your senses, I'll kill a black bear every 15 minutes and chop off its paws," the bear demon said angrily. "I have no intention of becoming your enemy, nor will I submit to the Great Zhou Court. Why must you force me?" The handsome man shook his head. "In our eyes, if you're not a friend, you're an enemy. You've already wasted some time." At this moment, 3 powerful auras were approaching rapidly from afar. Feeling the 3 auras, Limu's expression changed but quickly returned to normal. The 3 demons that were bound by the immortal binding chains were overjoyed. They shouted, "Lord Phantom Princess, save us!" The 3 figures arrived in an instant. 2 demons and 1 ghost landed in front of Limu. Limu looked at Phantom Princess, Hu Jio, and Hu Lu. He said, "3 foxes, we meet again." Phantom Princess looked at the 3 tied-up people and said, "Give them to me." Limu asked, "Do you know what they did?" Phantom Princess said, "I did not give them such an order. I will bring them back and deal with them." Limu thought for a while and said, "The Imperial Court owes you a lot. I can give you face and give them to you. However, I will destroy their cultivation as punishment." The 3 demons said in fear, "Lord Phantom Princess, no." A trace of hesitation appeared in Phantom Princess's eyes. Seeing the tragic state of the bear demon, she finally nodded. Limu's fingers were like lightning. He pointed at each of the 3 demons. The auras of the 3 demons immediately withered. Most of the spiritual power in their bodies dissipated. They could only barely maintain their human forms. Limu took back the immortal binding chains. Phantom Princess waved her hand, and the 3 demons were taken into the flask heaven space. She looked up at Limu again and said with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect you to really do it." Limu said, "I'm a real man. I'll keep my word." Phantom Princess thought for a moment and said, "If what you said is true, Maison will not go against the great Zhou court in the future." She did not say anything more. She looked back at Hu Lu and Hu Jio and whispered, "Let's go." Hu Jio looked at Enxan beside Limu and said, "I was right. You really like to play with snakes. Limu, you can reconsider what I said last time. We also have snake demons in Thousand Fox Country. They are twin sisters. I promise you they won't let you down, that you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.